How's it going? Good evening and welcome to the second Annual Stiffy Awards, a celebration of the past year's entertainment and cunts. I am your host, Stuart Garrard, and joining me this week are my good brothers, Sed and Lacey, and Jimmy the Saint.
That loud enough?
Christ. How are you, Jimmy?
Clap forever. Good. Clap forever. Clap until 2023, Jimmy. Come on.
I'm good. I'm here. New Year's is here. New Year's has come. The new year is here. Shit. Jesus.
One Christmas present down.
Oh, that nearly that camera you spent like half an hour trying to adjust, you nearly blasted off of your cork.
Yeah, I know. A bit that was a worrying one there, wasn't it? I don't know
what
you
were saying pre-show how disappointing it must be for the audience not to watch the 85-hour camera adjustment routine by Jimmy. We could have had it live then.
Yeah. One day we'll show them.
We'll go live by accident, won't we, one day? And everyone will see the true shit fuckanery that we do behind the scenes to get live.
Indeed. Well, we're all gathered here today. Oh, that sounds like a wedding, isn't it? I'll scratch that.
Or a funeral, Stu. I've got the suits.
Yeah. We are.
Last time he wore it.
Yeah.
We have gathered here. Oh, said it again, haven't I? We're going to do this. We were meant to do these over Christmas, but COVID got in the way of that, thanks to my little lad. So with one thing,
you're talking about Benj and not your penis, yeah?
both riddled, to be honest. So we thought, why not? Let's do this. Let's do this live. Why not? As opposed to piecemeal over the Christmas period. It might work better this way. Who knows? But anyway, Jimmy, so I glossed briefly over your intro. How are you? Did you have a good Christmas?
I had a lovely Christmas. Me and the wife and kids bivouacked down from the 11th of December to hide away from COVID. We took our kids out of school, probably illegally, I imagine, but I just had to ring them up every day and leave a message saying they were still coughing.
It's fine, mate.
James Carr here.
There was no one there well enough to pick up the message. It's fine.
James Carr here. Yeah, they're coughing still. Bye. Speak to you tomorrow. And we just hid. And luckily, none of us, fell prey to to Omicron, so we could have our parents round on Christmas Day, and we had family around Christmas Eve and Boxing Day, and it was all very successful. The only downfall, of course, of the Christmas period for many people was the fact that my birthday party was cancelled. The social event of the year was cancelled. Well, I say was cancelled. I cancelled it due to fear that lots of people wouldn't feel comfortable coming, and other people would be isolating. So
you didn't do that during the World Cup last year, mate, when it outbroke again at one of your events.
Yeah, fuck no. That was only like 7 people. This was going to be like, I don't know, my birthday. Tens of people.
It's good you kept the rental tux for tonight, though, from your birthday, isn't it? Yeah.
Get your money to
what touch?
Yeah, the rental tux.
Yeah, of course. You're not getting that back. No. But what like I felt very depressed on my birthday. I turned 40, so I felt very depressed. But I went out for a run. I sorted myself out, and I told everyone that the party was not on. I told everyone that the party was not on. Sorry. Or so I thought, until a couple of hours before the party, I got a text message from my friend, Becky Maguire, who's part of my women ladies who latte on Wednesdays. Luckily enough, she texted me saying, I hope you're really looking forward to the party later. I'm really sorry, but I can't make it. And I was like, oh, fuck, I forgot to tell her. And I messaged her sort of going, don't worry about it. It's fine. Another time, I started panicking going, who else have I not told that it's not on? Who else is going to turn up? So I messaged another person going, hey, just to let you know, party's not on tonight. Really sorry. And they messaged back saying, what party? Someone I had forgot to invite.
Was it a member of your family?
Yeah, my mum.
Yeah.
No, it was Emma. It was my wife. So that was all a bit of an up and down. But look, we're all still here. We're all through it. So chin chin.
Happy
New
birthday,
Year.
mate, by the way.
Happy
This is the
birthday.
first time we've seen
Happy
you
birthday.
since
Thank you.
Joins the
birthday.
40 club. Hurrah!
Don't look a day over 27.
He's the best
cheers.
wearing of the Renaissance men, I'd say.
it's that extra special lighting that he's got going on.
Never done an honest day's work in my life.
That's probably the long and short of it. Let's be honest. Seddon, how are you?
Yeah,
Happy
not bad, mate. Not bad.
Christmas.
Happy Christmas to you as well. Pretty much the same. Well, I didn't hunker down and bivouac quite so much, but took a bit of time off before Christmas to try and avoid getting COVID, because I did want to see the family this year, and I did see them, and I realised that within about 3.5 minutes that this is enough. We could go home now, couldn't we? But we stayed the full time. But no, it was perfectly pleasant. We had a lovely Christmas with them, and I want to say a special thank you to all of the people in the Cult of Egg chat who tried to help me playing the world's shittest game of Pictionary with my family over Christmas.
Yeah.
And I apologise for how bad the pictures were that I was asking you to try and guess, but I had to do that live in the room with them and not call them idiots to their face. So, but yeah, thank you everyone for helping me out.
Yeah, that's probably one of the highlights of my Christmas, to be honest, was the because we all know that my Christmases. What was the word I used? I forget.
Mundane.
Mundane.
Yeah, that will stay with me forever, Stu. That will stay with me forever.
Yep. Lacey, Happy New Year to you, sir.
You two, Old Bean.
And Will. Hello, Will.
Yes.
Hello, Will.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Looking after your dad, are you?
No, I think he's looking after me.
Give it a couple of hours and you'll have to look after him. He'll drink himself into a stupor before
Just
you
roll
know
him
it.
into bed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Dad, get to bed now.
Did your daddy get what you wanted for Christmas? That lump of coal and that slice of ham?
He doesn't get ham. He only gets one present. The coal's enough. No, I'll get you back on in a minute.
Okay.
Bye, Will. How was your New Year and Christmas then, Lacey? Are you all right? Was it all right?
Not too bad. Spent Christmas the way that I like to spend Christmas, doing as little as possible. Because
I presume the answer was going to be drunk. Then, when that's what I thought was coming next.
there was drinking, and cheese, and a roast dinner,
Okay.
and
All at once?
dossing on the couch. Well, the drinking was most of the day,
Oh,
but the cheese was in the evening. Can't have cheese and a roast at the same time.
Oh,
Have some decorum.
I don't know how you roll in.
Lacey has his cheese. Lacey has his cheese in bed, like any good Norwich man, just before slumber.
Exactly. Need to pick those dreams up.
Did you go to the pub on your on Christmas?
I went on Christmas Eve because the other half was working, so I went up and saw her while she was working. She managed to get Christmas Day off, so we have
Nice.
kept her away from pubs.
Brilliant.
So she could enjoy her one day off over Festivus. Because as you all know, in that line of work, there's no such thing as time off over Christmas. And then had the boy for New Year's week, so did stuff with him, went to an arcade they've got in Norwich, and went to Spider-Man again, and video games and all that sort of jazz, all the fun stuff.
Lovely stuff. Lovely. Sounds just the ticket. My Christmas was all right. A bit of a swerving plans with COVID. It wasn't. No, it was actually. What's the opposite to mundane? Good.
Exciting.
I wouldn't go that far, actually.
Fun.
Exuberant.
Is there like a middle ground?
Okay.
Yeah.
My Christmas was passable. I like it. Benj got COVID just before, which meant we didn't have to go do the whole traipsing around. Everyone's step, not step. in-laws and my mum and dad's, and just kind of doing that whole thing. So we just spent it at home, hunkered down, very much like you guys, kind of just enjoying each other's company. It's very nice, very chilled, very relaxed. But yeah, it was very nice. Thank you. Let's just take a quick scroll through the chats and welcome those that are here. Hello, Colin Doolan. Thanks for joining us. He says woo. In fact, yeah, that theme tune does make you want to go woo, like Ric Flair.
It's a beautiful theme tune. Beautiful opening. And
What was
just
it?
that music next. Did you not get it?
No, I never do.
Oh, nor
yeah.
do I usually, but I did
Yeah.
tonight, thank God. And it was the Nature Boys music
Oh, nice.
but without
with that massive golden cock.
Yeah. I mean, it's fitting, isn't it?
Yeah, it just needed a robe around it, really.
Or
So-
him on a train with a woman.
Or a plane.
Oh, yeah.
or
or an automobile.
Yeah.
I've always had issues with the term stiffies, but once it got the grandeur it deserved with that mighty golden phallus with that music, I was 100% behind it. I was like, yes,
on board.
I'm
You
in.
literally
I'm in.
Jumped on it, didn't you, at that point?
I jumped in. I'm going to ride it all the way to
Oh, yeah.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hello, Holly in the chat. She didn't get the power lines of Seddon's
No, her mum's husband apparently did, though.
show.
Maybe we need to get him in to play a game with Andrea's mother
Mhm.
and just film it.
Thanks, Facebook user. That's good
Yeah,
to
thank
know.
you.
We are going out on Facebook tonight. Trouble is, I don't get people's
Ooh.
names, so it just says
I like it, though.
Facebook user. So it could be. Oh, well, you could say anything. You could call us whatever you want, and we'd never know who you were. Please
Well, they could add their name
I'm
Yes.
if they want to, but it's probably more fun not to, really, for them, isn't it?
just popping onto Facebook now. Be back.
yeah, you do some,
Seddon, you look beautiful.
Yeah.
do some scouting for us. Well, we are here to celebrate the best in what we consider the best in entertainment from 2021 and from before, because there is a category in there that is new to us, so it may not necessarily be from. In fact, no, it is. I got confused with the rules for that one, so I'll just. drop it. But well, whatever. But first, we do have a few.
It's always good when the judges get confused by the categories. It
does
usually
take a
happens at the Oscars when certain films win.
And it was hello, Jim. Yeah, thanks for joining us, mate. Right, we've got a smashing of the usual topics, and the first being a question from our Cult of Egg in our Ask Us Anything segment. So, like I say, we're drawing from a wider pool of questions these days. We're asking you to submit them throughout the year, and we'll pick and choose some choice questions for each show. And the first, as always, has come from Holly Williams. It's from a couple of weeks ago, and she asks, what is the strangest sound you can produce?
God.
So
I'm getting a bonus one on this. I'm getting the boy in on this one.
Can I have this one?
What's the question?
So, what is the strangest sound you can produce?
Me.
Yes. So, the strangest sound or noise you can make.
That is weird.
In what way?
Just a weird, strange noise, like.
Yep, that's pretty odd.
Okay.
Christ!
That is pretty odd.
Good. That was a.
Right,
Yeah. I'm bowing out.
What have you produced, Chris? What have you produced? That was very weird. Well done.
Whoa! Well done, Will. That's a good one. That's a cracker. Strangest sounds.
I've got no idea. I've never tried.
I'm trying to
No.
evoke something like guttural within me to. I don't know. Look.
Yeah. I'm sure there's been weird noise when I've been, hung over, vomiting. The funniest.
Yes.
Yes.
I've set you off again as usual. I've set you
Yes.
off. Well, I'll just.
Yeah,
Go
on,
ahead,
on,
Sid,
go.
no.
No, you go. You go, Jimmy. You go.
Well, I haven't got the strangest noise, but for me, I've got the funniest noise I've ever produced. I don't think I've told this one before. It was probably about 10 years ago, before I had all my family or whatever, kids and whatnot. I lived in London, and I was in my bed. I was hungover, and it was Christmas time. Probably about, I don't know, 5 days before Christmas, and I'd put on VH1 Christmas music on the TV to get in the Christmassy spirit as I'm laying there, sort of like, oh God. And the song by Leona Lewis came on, the Christmas song. What one is that one? Lacey, you must know it.
Of course, it's
Leo. Anyway, I can't remember it, but at one point,
Was
there's
it
a really-
Hallelujah?
No, it's not a version of Hallelujah. It's something else. But she does a lovely, beautiful, really high note. It is genuinely very, very good. This big high note she does. I don't really like the rest of the song, but I thought, I'm laying there, I'm going to listen to this song because I love that note. So I listened to about 3 minutes of the song just to get to that note. And just as she hit that note, I went and farted the entire length of the note. Like, I didn't hear the note because of this cider bottom burp I did for the whole length of the note. And it might even be a moment like this or some shit. And I laughed so hard, all on my own. But yeah, that was the funniest noise I've ever produced. But I don't know the weirdest. Sorry.
Well, I think that's fine. I think funniest, strangest. I think kind of there was a Venn diagram with something in the middle there. But, Sen, what are you going to do it, or shall I?
I feel
Oh,
a
you
little
do
bit.
it.
I feel a little bit cheaty because it's not my weirdest, but I was there for what I consider one of the weirdest noises I've ever heard a human being create out of their body, and that was Stu when he was around my house, and he was taking a little bit unwell, bless you, weren't you, Stu? And you vomited a few times, and I've only ever heard this sound in one other place other than when you vomited, and I'm going to try. I don't know whether this will play through because I think I've got the sound effect here, but for anyone who's ever played Hearthstone or World of Warcraft, when he vomits, he sounds like a murloc, and I'm hoping this will come through. But let us know if. Oh man, I'm not getting any sound. There's a 10-hour version of it on YouTube, Stu. You might want to see whether you can get it up. But it's the most amazing sound I think I've or the weirdest and most amazing sound I've ever heard a human being make.
I'll see if I can get it.
What you fed him? Is this what happens when
Oh,
carnivores
nothing.
eat vegetarian food?
I don't feed people when they come in my house, Jimmy. You bring your own food, man.
I purely came round for an innocent board game session,
Yes, yeah.
and
I
I
think
don't know what was wrong with me,
I
but
think we were playing Cottage Garden, something very pleasant, and then
And
all of a sudden,
I had to excuse myself.
Cottage Garden.
oh yes,
That's
yeah,
not
Jimmy.
a board
Cottage
game,
Garden.
that's-
yes, it is.
Mhm.
Yes, it is. It's a wonderful
No.
board game. Yeah.
That's something you play in the
Oh, you
field with.
You
Other
touch.
couples.
Yeah, you do touch, but there's a board as well. A romantic game.
Right.
Cottage Garden.
I found it.
Yes.
Oh,
The 10-hour
So,
version.
so this is the noise that Stu makes when he vomits.
Right. Okay. This involves me sharing stuff. Screen. I can hear Benj trying to get in, by the way.
it's okay. We won't be able to see him in your
He's
in
probably
your
worried.
mystery room.
He's probably worried that Daddy's vomiting again.
Here we go. Okay. Tab. Share.
God.
Right.
And I swear it is exactly that. And bless him, he had a few goes in the bathroom, and I was just hearing that over and over again. It was very disconcerting. I had to leave my own house.
Stop it! Stop
I
it!
don't want to.
10 hours.
You know, I gently knocked on the door, going, "Are you all right, Stu? Are you all right?" So yeah, that's not necessarily so sorry.
Stop it!
Sorry, Harley. It's not the weirdest noise I've ever made, but it's the weirdest noise I think I've ever heard a human being make. Yes.
Oh dear,
Oh,
I feel
dear.
so sorry for our listeners. Stop it!
Oh dear. Well, in my defence, that's just I've grown up with that noise. Obviously, you kind of only know your own vomiting noise. It hasn't seemed strange to me. But in hindsight, to the outsider,
Yeah.
it, it may come across as slightly odd. But
I kind of hope though that you've made a lot of money out of that, and you are actually you vomiting is what they recorded, and actually Blizzard owe you a ton of money for all the Murloc cash that they've made on the way.
there we go. Yeah. Well, my noise is obviously that noise. So yeah. Thanks, Ollie, for your question. Where are we now? Okay. Just a few bits of news from the Week in Geek. I thought I'd bring to the table. It's going down as my number 3 story here is my constant kind of rolling WWE releases story. Yet more WWE releases from the company this week. Would someone like to kind of round up who has left the company this week?
So Road
We should have a
Dogg,
ticker at the bottom.
Road Dogg's gone. Samoa Joe is gone.
For the second time.
For the
I didn't know
second time.
Samoa Joe had gone.
Yeah,
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 it was
they've got
today.
Joe again. Yeah.
Yep.
William Regal is gone.
Yep.
What's
Danny Birch went.
Danny
didn't he?
Birch's gone.
Thatcher.
Road
Margaret
Dogg's
Thatcher.
brother,
Yeah, Mar-
the ref. Which
Scott Armstrong, isn't it?
Scott Armstrong's gone.
Did you say Jimmy Margaret Thatcher? Sadly,
Mhm.
she
Yeah.
lost her job.
All because Vince McMahon loves that money and doesn't want to pay people.
It was a bit less, wasn't it? Like numbers wise, it was considerably less than what we've seen in some of the other releases. However, it is to a large part releasing most of what is left of the trainers and the people involved with NXT before they've gone to the new NXT. So they really kind of have swept most, if not everything, out of the way now, haven't they? They've not retained many people anymore.
Yeah. So for me, I don't think this one was about money, really. I mean, obviously they'll save some money, but this seemed like just that's done now. Clear the house of any of that old NXT stuff. You know, it's.
They have used the fateful words budget reasons in the press release for it. But as you're right, Jimmy, it is very much a get rid of Hunter's NXT. And
it's strange though, isn't it? Because I mean, like, it's almost hard not to have your foot in two camps here, because you can see why, can't you? If they're trying to do something totally new, you're going to get totally new people to do it. And if you keep around the people who did what was previous, surely you're going to get something like what was previous. But it is a shame because those guys are a very talented crew, and you can't help but feel in this new NXT era where they really are trying to get more amateur, more green amateur people in there, that they'd have learned a lot from some of these people. So yeah, real shame. The nice thing is, I guess it affords hello Benj, a little bit of opportunity for some of these guys to go elsewhere and maybe do something exciting in another company.
It's very weird, isn't it? I think lots of people are shocked by the William Regal one, aren't they? Because for anyone who hasn't watched NXT and only knows Regal from back in the day, like, he was quite a sort of hated heel, wasn't he? But for NXT, he's been absolutely pivotal in not only being an on-air, on-screen talent. He was the general manager, wasn't he, of an NXT? But also he was the talent scout and would go out and find these guys from the indies. All of Adam Cole, Gargano, Ciampa, or whatever, you know, brought over Samoa Joe. I presume he brought over most of these with the yes or no of Triple H, but him doing that, Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Shinsuke Nakamura, and you know, so his talent is spotting good talent. And as you say, if they're just training up big athletes who aren't wrestlers, but they're turning them into wrestlers, so you go, okay, so we don't need him talent spotting. Surely he's still he's the trainer. He's an incredible trainer. So why is there not a job for him?
Same thing with like Timothy Thatcher, and they let God, I wanted to say Serena Deeb, not Serena Deeb, because you're the other one. Who's the last that was let go, Chris? Alison Danger and people like that. These are all really experienced people in the ring, and you would think that they would be very good at training people in the basics of wrestling. But again, I think it probably is more to do with we want to get rid of what was there before and maybe how they learned to wrestle. I think they want a different product. So I can't criticize it too much, but it is kind of heartbreaking because, as I say, what a talented bunch of people from an era that I loved. I loved the NXT era. So a real shame for me.
Well, it was excellent.
Yeah.
With Regal, he not just the head talent scout, he was one of the head trainers. You know, it was between him and Brookside with the finishing class.
Yeah. Well, and you hate to see like the negative side, but there is something lovely about seeing all of these people come out on Twitter, and not only people who are still there, but people who have left previously. Everyone has just been so complimentary for him and saying, I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for him talent scouting me or training, and such an outpouring of love for the man.
Yeah, I would say if there's anything any good that I've seen from the announcement of Regal leaving or going or being pushed, is the outpouring of love for him, like you say, Sin, and some of the videos shared, like of his old WWF run, like when he's doing some promos about Eugene and stuff. It's like, God, he don't really. He's one of those guys where you don't realize how good he was, really, until
it's the thing of like doing 20 years ago, seeing his WCW run when it was him and Bobby Eaton as the Blue Bloods, and the thing is, he goes back with Hunter because when Trips was first in WCW as Paul Levesque, he was teammates with Regal, and they've been mates since then. Regal's been doing it over there since the early 90s, and is always been gold.
What's we wish Triple H the best in his future endeavor. Well, here's the thing.
Happy New Year, mate.
People are sort of saying, like, you see him going, oh, when is Triple H going to leave? Triple H, and you're like, well, he's not, because his wife, because he's part of that. He's in the veins of WWE. But what does puzzle me is him and Sean were big parts of NXT. Like, Sean came back to wrestling for NXT, didn't he, to be part of the training? And you sort of go, they've had Vince's ear for years. Back in the day, they certainly had Vince's ear. So has Triple H just gone, yeah, I don't want that anymore? Because he made something incredible and probably had more respect from the fans than ever, like the wrestling fans, than ever before, because of what he had built up. Because his wrestling's fine, he's solid, and he looks great. But did he really just go, yeah, I'll just let all this go? All of them, Ciampa, Gargano, Cole, did he really, him and Michaels? Because I know Michaels loved training with Gargano and Adam Cole especially. You can tell Cole's now he's let himself go a bit, but he was potentially the next Shawn Michaels. And what the fuck? Like, Shawn is okay. You can have. Oh.
I mean, I wonder. I know there's a ton of there's a ton of kind of conspiracy theories out there. We've talked before about are they building up for sale and they cutting costs for that. But I do wonder whether exactly what you said there, Jimmy. Like, he kind of created an indie federation within WWE, didn't he? So something that appealed, and let's be honest, Vince has never really wanted that, has he? And I wonder whether that's part of it. Not necessarily anything personal against Trips, but maybe just a bit of I don't want this, and this is not the product I ever wanted. And because, we've talked before about people coming out of NXT, and they've been big in NXT, and they've been buried on the main roster. And there is a bit of a kind of, I don't really want this. And you know what? I don't like what they've done, but I think NXT 2.0 and what they're trying to do suits the WWE product better, so I can understand why they're doing it.
I think with it, it's a case of when they went head to head with AEW and they lost, Vince just looked at that and is it Nick Khan, is number 2? Yeah. It looked at just the hard facts of viewer numbers and went, well, it doesn't work. and that will be the driving behind that.
Christmas
It's weird
dinner.
though because it wasn't.
Christmas
Yeah,
dinner must have been
how
a bit
awkward.
awkward in that house. Yeah. Oh, by the way, mate, I've sacked everyone you liked. Carve the
But it was-
turkey, prick.
It wasn't that long ago that they had the Survivor Series
Yeah.
with NXT there, and they did an amazing job. Like Keith Lee got down to the last two of Roman, and Adam Cole 2 weeks consecutive. Oh, the same week I think beat Daniel Bryan and beat AJ Styles. It was like they had all the Rhea Ripley. Is she on
But
the
that
main
was,
roster still?
Yes, yes. But that was the year before last, and that was when they were trying to build it for the head-to-head. So I think they'd kind of given up on it by that point, hadn't they? You know, they'd moved it to Tuesdays.
And I'm with you there, Sen. And I guess at that point you go, look, my main stars are Brock, Roman, even people like Seth, still a big guy. You know, they're big fellas. And realistically, you do probably want big guys to go and big girls and big guys to go up against them. So, you know, it's like, done with. And he's ruthless. Vince has always been ruthless. He was ruthless when he put the WWE together or WWF together. So,
I mean, like I know we said it earlier, but good luck to all those people who have been released, because I do think there is. I think the wrestling world, and we've said this a few times, is probably at its best at the moment because there are lots of viable opportunities for people to get good paid employment and probably make products at lots of different companies much better. And I hope William Regal ends up somewhere very good soon. And I know I said this to you, Stu, and I don't think it will happen, but I'd love to see him go to the NWA because I think he fits that style as well. I think he could really bring something to that product.
As long as we don't get a redo of the New Age Outlaws in AEW, that's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
oh, I think the
Voodoo Kin Mafia 2.
Yes, I'd like that as well.
I think he's definitely going to AEW. The Road Dogs are going to. Billy Gunn's not going to let that go. He's going.
Going.
Damn.
So yeah, more turbulent times in the world of I wouldn't say wrestling, but in WWE for sure. You know,
A lovely timing as well. So we didn't mention that, but you know, just after New Year, Happy New Year. Bye. You've got a whole year to find another fucking job. See you later.
Right, should we get into the meat of this show? Let's crack on to the awards. I think that's probably the best thing that we can do. The fun thing that we're here for. Like I say, it's the second annual Stiffy Awards. How many categories have we? We've got, I think it's four. Isn't it? Four. Yeah, so we've got TV Show of the Year, New to Us, which may need some explaining for me. Wrestling Pleasure, sponsored by the Botchcast, and the our flagship award, I would say, is Cunt of the Year.
Hotly contested every year, isn't it? Come to the
because
year.
I was trying to think, what did we do last year? Because I know we did a joint one last year. I think we kind of had a collective.
I think we went with the human race.
Oh, we
I think
did.
was
Didn't
what-
we?
You did, yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Okay,
Because that
well,
was just before I joined. I was catching up with you guys and what you're all about from my home office during the start of the pandemic, and I was listening to the backlog of podcasts, and that one, the Stiffy Awards 2020, I thought were fantastic, and the Cunt of the Year was the was it a general public?
Yeah,
it was something like that, wasn't it?
yeah.
Or the human race?
But either or, both, they're much the
They're pretty much the same thing.
I've tried to set myself a rule of trying to be quite singular this year rather than picking
Me too,
everyone on
yeah.
the planet. Yeah,
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
yeah. What would people like to start with then? I don't. We
Just
don't
do it
have
in the order we've got it.
That
Okay,
sounds good to me.
Okay, our first award is TV Show of the Year. Let me just get up the graphic. There we go.
Ooh,
Feel
look
like
at
it's-
that.
Ooh, a graphic.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Ooh, that
Fancy.
magic.
So the way we're going to do this, we've each picked a bronze, silver, and gold award for each category. Obviously, our third, second, and best choice. I'm going to do this in reverse order, I think. Jimmy, I'm going to come to you for your picks. Should we do all of our thirds, seconds, and
Yeah.
firsts?
Yeah.
Okay, Jimmy, what was your number 3 pick for TV Show of the Year?
My number 3 pick for TV Show of the Year was Jupiter's Legacy.
Oh, you sold
I
that.
should have done the clapping, shouldn't I?
I was expecting only fools and horses.
I thought it had to be new. Yeah, it did.
But, we're always a bit iffy on what the rules are, aren't we? So I thought
No,
fools and
no,
horses is
I
gonna be-
understood the rules. Jupiter's Legacy, a adaptation of a graphic novel or set of comics or a graphic novel, turned into motion picture, real life actors in what was quite a violent superhero show on Netflix, wasn't it? It was on Netflix,
Yeah,
for free, still on there. I remember seeing the trailers for it and thinking, oh, this looks kind of interesting, but kind of goofy, a little bit goofy. And then once it got going, I thought it had an interesting plot, interesting mystery, good actors. A few little bits that you sort of were like, come on, get on with it. We don't need this. Get on with the show. But apart from that, I thought it was a really fun, dark superhero show where it's if you like sort of Marvel style heroes in a real world, similar to The Boys, but not as dark and gritty.
It's got a bit more of that kind of golden age superhero flavour, and the Boys is very modern, isn't it? Whereas this plays in a few different time eras and a bit more kind of maybe some Superman sensibilities to it, but with that darkness.
Exactly, Sid. Exactly. It's like Superman, all good through the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and then coming into this day and age, you're like, okay, your sensibilities of you cannot kill people, is that right or wrong now? Because you need to stop some people. So should you be able to kill people or not? And
there's
the struggle with that
kind of little legacy bit to it as well, isn't it? Because there's almost a bit of and what if all these people had kids as well, and would these kids kind of grow up with those same sensibilities, or would they grow up very privileged and become a bit wankery and a bit mean, or would they follow the legacy of their parents?
Yeah, exactly. So you had family issues as well in a superhero family.
I remember you bringing this to the table, Jimmy, last year, and we made comparisons at the time between this and The Boys, and how the superhero genre has kind of got to that point where you're seeing these shows and films kind of like explore what it means to be a superhero. They're not just like your straight up kind of traditional genre picks. They're kind of exploring what it means to be a superhero a bit more. I think that's quite interesting.
And exploring kind of that reflection of what's going on in the real world, isn't
it?
Rather than it necessarily always being escapism fun, sometimes it's like that reflection of what we're seeing out there in the streets, but with superheroes.
Well, yeah, it's very tricky. And you have, the family, you have a mum and you have a dad and mum and a son and daughter. You have the standard 2.4, family, and mum and dad are superheroes still. Son is a superhero. The daughter doesn't want to be a superhero. She's super powered like the rest of the family, but she does modeling, and she is a bit of a drug addict and an alcoholic and likes to party. And it is that thing where you go, oh, what superhero power would you choose? And if you've got that power, you suddenly go, well, what do I have to do with it? Really, I've got to be protecting the world 24/7. Like the guilt on you if you don't do something and all of that stuff. So, I mean, it was there. It may not be as deep as it could go, but I thought it was a good show. It did a good job, and I haven't read the graphic novels. I'm sure Sen and Lacey may have done.
I'd say it's a little bit darker in the comic book,
right?
Not massively, but I'd say like the time it was written, I think it leans a little bit heavier into a bit more hyper violence, but yeah, very very close. Other than that.
Yeah, so that's my number 3 pick. It was a bloody good show. I enjoyed every episode, and I'm still on there now, and I'd highly recommend it.
Just a quickie, Jimmy, on it is: have you watched Super Crooks? Which is
Super
also
Crooks?
which is also on Netflix. And I only say that because Super Crooks is a animated show on Netflix, and it's very much in the Japanese anime style with the music. However, and the only reason why I say it is set in the same universe as Jupiter's. Now, it's very, very different because it is done in an anime style, but when the comic book kind of universe was created, that's part of it. And they kind of acknowledge that it is part of the same universe. see one or two of the characters from Jupiter's Legacy appear in this animated. So
Ah.
well worth a look. It's very good as well.
Oh, well, the chap who wrote these, all his work was purchased, right?
Yeah. So Mark
Netflix.
Miller, he had like a Miller
Oh,
World
yeah.
imprint, and Netflix bought it. And when I say Mark Miller, for those who've watched the movies, he's the guy who wrote the comic book of Civil War. So you know he's got a good pedigree in all the Marvel stuff as well. Before he started to go and do his
Is he the
creator
kick-ass
stuff.
bloke as well?
Yeah, did kick ass as well.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember you saying.
Yeah, there's my number 3. There's my bronze.
It's
Thank
in
you, Jimmy.
my list to watch at some point. It's
I-
in that ever-growing list of stuff on
Yeah.
Netflix.
Well, Lacey, I will, as you've taken the floor, I'll come to you next. What is your number 3 TV show of the year? Your
So
bronze.
my number 3 is only a 3-episode show,
Mm.
but when each episode is 3 and a bit hours long, it's pretty much a full TV series. It is Peter Jackson's amazing Beatles Get Back that was on Disney Plus. Thank you, Jimmy. Basically, it is amazingly done. The restoration they've done on the footage, obviously being filmed in '69, would have been done on 14 mil, or it was meant to be done for a TV show, so it wasn't recorded in the highest quality initially. And it's just amazing to see the Beatles working out songs and the tension that was in them in that last sort of few months of them being a band, because it's all pretty much set over the month of January in '69, and then you get the full just under an hour of the rooftop concert at the end of it, just to be the icing on the cake. And yeah, if you are a music fan, you'll love it. If you're a Beatles fan, you'll love it even more. And well worth the 9 hours to put in for it.
I've heard so many good things about this, really good, and even from people who aren't Beatles fans, watching it and just saying it's amazingly intriguing and in depth, and how, as you say, Chris, the restoration of the footage feels like you're in the room, with them, like you're in there doing, writing the songs with them, like. And I'm desperate to watch it. And this is on my list. Amazingly, it's just, will I watch it in parts?
It's a commitment, isn't it?
Half an hour parts or whatever, like 9 hours, right?
What my dad and my better half's mum did when they watched it was they did it in hour chunks.
Yeah.
They both went, because they were like, oh, we can't sit here and do 9 hours in one hit, or finding us time to do it in like 3 hour chunks. So, people have said they've done it in hour stints, and it doesn't take away from any of it, because it in theory is just one long sort of trip through the last month. And
what I liked about it was good, the way that it's kind of the whole show is framed is the footage is done in days, isn't it? So you could just take a couple of days of the footage, like they'll say, right, this is the footage from January 6th.
So you could almost do it like chapters. You can almost
if you wanted to,
days or something.
I thought it was fascinating, Lacey. I think you're spot on with what you're saying. It puts a microscope up to the Beatles as people. They're not the Fab Four. They are, these guys who kind of were thrown into this situation and just kind of made
like
musical.
Historic, take that,
if you like, of sorts. And it come, and you kind of get a real sense of what their personalities are like, and And my opinion of some Beatles changed watching. I've only seen the first episode. I will say that, but up until the point where George Harrison kind of just saunters off because he's had enough of Paul McCartney, who is a bit of a cunt, to be honest.
Yeah, McCartney does not come across well.
Really? Good to know my opinion of him won't change then. I always thought he was a bit of a cunt.
Yeah, he definitely is the villain of the piece.
Yeah.
And Ringo's just there looking like Ringo, just drumming away like, whatever.
Yeah.
One of the things I really liked about it, and like I know I'm the most critical of Disney as a company and Disney as a service, but I like the idea that they were putting stuff like this on there. I thought this was kind of a really sort of tentpole thing to go. We are not just going to rely on those franchises. And okay, you can argue Beatles are a big name, they're a franchise in themselves, but it felt to me like them going, now that we've got our feet under the table and we've got people subscribed because we have our own content and we have our franchises, now we're going to start producing some programming that is different that might pull extra people in. So I thought it was a really good idea from that front.
Well, that is certainly not a family show, is it? That's
No.
that's an old. That's 20 at least plus years of age. You've got to be to be on board with that, really, haven't you? I know some younger people might get in it, but that's for the older people, really, isn't it? I don't mean older, like I mean.
Yeah, people who have probably gone past listening to pop music and have expanded like to knowing what other bands are from different eras. And I think that does tend to happen in most people's kind of early 20s, doesn't it?
And there'll be loads of people out there who haven't got Disney, loads of men and women who haven't got Disney Plus. They go, who haven't got kids or whatever. Go, I don't need Disney Plus. What do I need it for? And then they get that, and then they see maybe more. You're right, Sen. It's a good shout.
Yeah.
It's the thing. It's like after watching the Get Back, Dad then found there was a Paul McCartney with Rick Rubin.
He found Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, and he was like, "Get me this fucking Disney, let me go." They've got DuckTales. I mean,
he was finding like loads of weird and wonderful things. It comes up obviously with the recommendations, and he then watched the Rick Rubin and Paul McCartney interview piece. He then watched some bits about Beethoven and stuff like that. It's like, I'm like, I didn't even know half of this is on Disney Plus, because the problem with Disney Plus is the front page is just Marvel, Star Wars, Disney.
Yeah.
You do have to search, but there is a lot of stuff on there that is worth finding.
I think there's a Ric Flair documentary on there.
Yeah,
pretty sure I watched.
ESPN.
It is the 30 for 30s on there, isn't it?
Yeah, the ESPN one,
which got rave reviews. The 30 for 30 on Ric Flair, and it just came up when I saw it. I was like, "Fuck! I've been waiting to watch this."
Yes, thank you, Lacey. Anything more to add, or should we move on to Seddon's number 3?
We should go to Sed.
Before we move on, I'm just envisaging that Ric Flair one being on there and him and Mickey Mouse doing the helicopter together.
The 30 for 30 is the one where they do have the animated thing about him whipping it out and stuff, because they tell stories of Rick being Rick.
Yeah. Bless him. Bless his little cotton socks. And he was only wearing cotton socks at most of the times, I imagine, at that point. Number 3. As ever, I always like to cheat a little bit and always want to slip another one in. I just wanted to quickly do an honourable mention before we go to number 3, which is what was nearly number 3.
Okay.
And that is What We Do in the Shadows season 3, which I really loved. And I know last year I went really big on it being my favourite show of the year and my new to me, because I'd watched the season before, and I did love it. There's no sort of shame on it that it kind of didn't make it, and it was very, very close. But it got bumped out by my number 3, which was The Maid, and I talked about it on here, and I don't want to go into it too much, but it's a Netflix season, and I think it shone out for me because it's not the sort of thing I expected to like going in. It was something that I'd heard a couple of people talk about, and Andrew had said she quite fancied it, and I thought this could be kind of quite schlocky melodrama from what I'd seen in the advert. It's going to be a tale about someone who's fallen on hard times, and you follow them, and sometimes these things can be done grand, sometimes it can be done quite twee. But I love this. I love this from the first minute I started watching it to the end of and it is a limited series. You get the whole story in one go, and it really shone out for me because the main actress in it, Margaret Qualley, who I had seen in other stuff, but only in small parts, because I think this is kind of her first major starring role, and she's just captivating from the first scene she's in, and it's a star turn, and I think she will become massive in the world of Hollywood over the next couple of years, and rightfully so. And I think I said it at the time, it just does some really interesting tricks to the storytelling where this is about her being totally on her ass and not having any money, and she'll have to go to the store to buy food, and you'll see kind of the running total of how much money she's got in the world start reducing as she's having to buy things. So it's got nice little kind of extra elements to that. And yeah, it's not a happy tale. You know, it's a heart-wrenching one, but it does talk at great length, I guess, about the human condition, people having to live through poverty, but actually how poverty might define a lot of our choices, but doesn't have to define who we are and how we treat the rest of the world. And yeah, I just thought it was absolutely marvelous and really unexpectedly so for me. So yeah, for me, that was my spot on number 3.
After you spoke about this on the show, Amanda actually watched it, and you know, I was kind of I knew of it because you'd spoken about it, and I found myself, you know, starting just not, you know, kind of just watching it in the corner of my eye, doing something else, whether it was on my phone or whatever. But I kept getting drawn to it. It kept pulling me in. Yeah,
Weirdly enough, Stu, I think that's what I'd intended when Andrew said, "Shall we watch it?" I thought, "Oh, brilliant! Here's one where I can play Football Manager and not really concentrate." But it just literally yanked me straight into it. Yeah,
and yeah.
Is it a sequel to Made in Manhattan starring Jennifer Lopez?
Pretty much, yeah. Imagine what if it would have happened if Jennifer Lopez really fell on her ass, like
straight back up again, J-Lo.
Yeah, good point.
It sounds great. Like anything that adds those little elements, like as you say, just things like her money ticking down adds a sort of ticking clock sort of element to it.
And I say about her sort of star turn, and I do think it was a star turn, but like, to be honest, the whole cast are great. I mean,
Andy McDowell.
Which is her mum in real life, and she plays her mum in this. But but Andy McDowell kind of plays a very hippie artist, and okay, like she's annoying as shit as she is supposed to be, but I think she does it really well. And the daughter, which is a central point of the story, you know, she's just amazing. I mean, she's a little kid, but you believe every scene she's in. You believe that she is in that family, and just breathtaking in the performances I think you get out of it. The worst thing it could be accused of is, it is a bit melodramatic. It is based off a real story. It's based off of a lass who like went through these things in America and wrote a book about it. So, you know, maybe a pinch of salt on her being nice in every situation like she seems to be. But yeah, I mean, it kept me all the way, and I was cheering for certainly for her and most of the characters in it to have a happy ending, which is rare for me because normally I want everyone to die, as I voted the Human Race Cunt of the Year last year.
Thank you, Seddon. My number 3 TV show of the year is, and Seddon has mentioned it, is What We Do in the Shadows Series 3. A fantastic series for one of my favourite shows that's kind of out there at the moment. I think what I said at the time, and I'll stand by it, is what I enjoyed most about it is how it kind of expanded on the lore of the universe, if you like, or the world that it's all set in, and bringing in kind of like a bit of a grander story, or laying the seeds for a grander story. You know, the comedy is just as good as it ever was, but you know, you could argue that maybe a third series of just doing that again might be a bit one note, but they kind of took the formula and done something a little bit different with it, a little bit grander, and that's why I loved What We Do in the Shadow Series 3.
I think you're spot on with what you said there, Stu. I think like anything, you do the same thing over and over again, you do risk burning the audience out. But I still go, what a brave decision of them to, and it is hilarious. It is as hilarious as it's ever been, but they're confident enough to throttle back on the comedy to do these story beats. And I thought it was a really brave and bold decision, and I think that's why this was another great series of it.
I'm with you. I thought this was my favorite series, to be honest. I think it was the most compelling, and what I really liked was how Matt Berry, who as I really like Matt Berry, I do, but as I said before, sometimes I've had enough of him doing the same thing. He was a bit more restrained in this series with his friendship with Colin Robinson, which I thought added a different dynamic to it.
It was a beautiful thing.
It was a weird sort of buddy, and I was like, okay, that's a bit more than him just being an arsehole, which he usually is.
And it was great, wasn't it? Because you assume he's going to be an arsehole, don't you? You assume that this whole thing's building up to him doing a really arsehole thing. And I think like it plays with your expectations really well. A cracking effort.
Okay, we'll move on to our second place, our runners up in our TV show of the year. I'll come back to Jimmy. Jimmy, what was your number 2 TV show of the year?
Only Fools and Horses.
My number 2 pick of the year is Only Fools and Horses.
Correct.
No, I thought it had to be a new show.
It does.
Didn't it?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm saying that again just to clarify.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're spot on.
Mine was Invincible on Netflix. Yeah. Invincible, again, another graphic novel / comic converted into a TV show, but this time, unlike Jupiter's Legacy, it's not real life actors, it is animated. And for me, it was a lovely, close to anime, but still European / American style art, which made it a bit easier for me because anime certainly has a certain feel to it, doesn't it? And it's not always easy to suddenly go into it. It's quite a harsh sort of transition, whereas this seemed like a good middle road of ultra violence, but still in the sort of American / European style of animation, with a really good storyline. Again, family. You know, Invincible is about a young boy whose dad is essentially Superman, and he has a mum who's from Earth, and he's waiting to get his powers. And he gets them pretty early on, actually. I think at first you think, oh, it's going to be a whole show about him waiting to get his power, but he gets them quick. His dad training him, and then there's a sort of a mystery in it. It sort of gets done straight away, but there's still more mystery to it. There's lots of good voice acting in it. J.K. Simmons plays Omni-Man.
Yeah, he's Omni-Man.
Omni-Man, yeah. Omni-Man, who's the sort of Superman character, and it's incredible. His voice acting is incredible. And yeah, just another family dark superhero thing, but done really well. Just a nice... This and Jupiter's Legacy for me were like the Marvel stuff, but with violence. So they didn't go dark like Nolan's Batman, or even what looks like, you know, Batman that's coming, which is just, you know, dark, gritty. This is like, you know,
what was his name again? Robat
Batterbat. Was it Robert Patterson? Is it? I was trying to do Robert Batterbat. But it wasn't like Tim Burton's Batman or just the super dark. It wasn't gothic. They're light, you know, like the Avengers, but with ultra violence in them, which is you know, and just blood everywhere. And I thought it was a really interesting show, and for an animated show as well, brought you in and you've a lot of feelings, and yeah, very, very good. So, and that's on Netflix as well.
Yeah, but I love. No, it's Prime actually. Yeah, sorry, it's
Prime, isn't it? Yeah. Available on Prime, still on there. One season. I presume there's more coming, but
I love
need more.
This.
It was so good.
I love this as well, Jimmy, and it was one of the ones that I was really scared about. It's one of my favourite bit of a lie, I guess there's so many that are in my favourite, but it's a comic book series I love, and I think when you've read something and you love it, and you hear it's going to be made into well, even just a TV show, but like in this case, an animated show, you're kind of going, oh, what are you going to do with this? And I thought, because it's animated, we're probably not going to see the ultra violence that I think is essential to the story. I will say, for anyone who hasn't watched it, give it a watch. And if by the end of episode 1, and stay to the end of episode 1, if you're not convinced you'll like it at the end of episode 1, you won't like it. But I think most people will go, yep, I'm staying and I'm watching the rest of this. I think it's wonderful.
A highlight for me, which without giving any spoilers, there is a sort of Flash character from the DC Universe, Flash, who can move, you know, Flash moves at the speed of light, well, faster than light, right? And there's a point where he is punching a character who's incredibly strong, and he's punching him so hard, and he's trying to do him, but he can't because he's so tough, the other character, and blood starts coming off of the Flash's hands as he's punching him, and his knuckles start to break, his hands, and by the end he's hitting him with these floppy wrists because everything is just broken in his hand. It's cringy, but it's a cartoon, so it's and done sort of in a, as I say, a Marvel sort of way, like bright and nice colored.
The guy who wrote it,
yeah.
the guy who wrote it and wrote the comic book, Robert Kirkman, who's the same guy who wrote Walking Dead. So, like, again, another successful franchise out of it. But before this, he'd been writing for Marvel, and he'd only really just kind of broken in, but he was getting quite a name. I think people were liking it. And he left. He left like the big gig. I guess it's equivalent in the wrestling world of someone leaving WWE to go to like an indie, because he said he wanted to own his characters. But when he kind of created Invincible, he said he wanted to do Spider-Man in his own way. And not saying he's got like the powers of Spider-Man, but like that was his idea, is he wanted it to be, this is just like all the comic book universes that you've seen. However, there's maybe harsher stakes. So you're like, when, as you say, Jimmy, when the super fast person is punching, there's a cost to them doing that. So yeah, really, really great stuff.
And if I remember, I think you passed me the books in the care package.
I believe there are some in your care package. Yes. Only took 7 months to get there, but some good stuff got to your house.
I like that contrast between like the hyper violence and like the Marvel aesthetic. Seems quite an interesting concept to me.
It's
keep meaning to give this a go, but it gets pushed to the back. But maybe I should finally take the plunge.
Stu, you do, as said and said, you do one episode, and at the end of that episode, you'll either go, "That's not for me," or you'll go, "Oh, I want to see what happens next." And like, there's some cheesy stuff as well, and it's sort of a real weird mix, because as I say, it looks like
romance, does the teen heroes, does the love
X-Men
stuff,
cartoon. Yeah. And you have the chap who does everything now, from what's his name, from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. He plays Pimento, and he's in Big Mouth. Jason, is it Jason something? I can't remember his name. No, he's in everything. Peel. He's in Parks and Recreation as well, and
that would apply to Statham as well, though. He's in everything, isn't he?
What's his name? I can't remember his name. Anyways,
you thinking Jordan Peele?
Yeah.
No, not Jordan Peele. No. It's going to annoy me. Anyway,
I can remember this in Big Mouth.
No, we'll come up with it later. He's in everything. Okay. He's got a really distinctive voice, and he's a character in it. And he's got a funny voice. He was even in the new He-Man. But he's got a funny voice. And
is it John Mulaney?
No, it's not John Mulaney.
Nick Kroll?
No, it's not Nick Kroll. No, it's not. Keep going. No.
I'm not going for the whole cast of Big Mouth.
Mark Hamill's in Invincible, though, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah. Oh, it's got a great cast. J.K. Simmons, Mark Hamill,
nice.
Boggins. What's his name? Something Boggins.
Actually, Chris Biggins. Why did I go to the cast of Big Mouth? Why didn't I go to Invincible? Not
sure.
That would have been up there, wouldn't it?
Not sure. But his name is Jason something. I swear it's Jason something. Anyway, he's got a great voice. He plays Jay in Big Mouth. But he's a comedy.
Jason Mantzoukas.
Yes.
Yeah, I know him from the League. Sorry, yeah.
From the League, yeah. Brilliant. He's hilarious, but he plays this really obnoxious comedy character, and you're sort of listening to that comedy voice along with these, other sort of young voices to these younger. It's got Zachary Quinto in it as well. Yeah. Younger characters, and then suddenly there's all this violence in it, and real, it's great. It's brilliant, Stu. Honestly, that's why it's my number 2.
And hopefully it's done well enough, as you say, Jimmy, that we'll get more. And I kind of like, it is a comic book story that's been completed now. He did his full run, and it is quite long. And it is one where I think the comic book doesn't get worse over time. So I really hope we get to, in the animated, get to see the whole story. So I hope it gets its sort of 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons, however many seasons they think they need to tell that story.
Brilliant. Me too.
What do we do about crossovers is my question to you. Do we, if someone has it higher up on their list, do we save it for that person, or do we talk?
I say go. I say go.
Just do it.
Do it in the order they've got it. I say.
I say we mention it, but we then wax lyrical about it on the person that's got it.
Because I don't know what you guys have got, so I can't do that.
I've seen the list, so I know.
I agree, Chris. If someone's got it, they're number 2, but someone's got it number 1, we'll wait for it to get to number 1, and then they can all discuss it, right?
Okay. I'll have a quick look now.
So, my number 2 is the Asian sensation Squid Games. Which...
I'm surprised this isn't higher on your list.
But it was up until the last minute. It was throwing between my number 1 and number 2. And if I put it joint number choice? Ones, then they would have both been there, but yeah, it was a fight between this and what is my number one. But yeah, I feel I'll be waxing lyrical about this very shortly.
Yeah, it does feel like it was the zeitgeist show of the year. For me, anyway, it's the one that took everyone by storm. But
I still haven't finished it. I still haven't finished it. I want to desperately.
It's only so many hours in a day, though. We say this, didn't we? You know, like when we talk,
Exactly.
we consume a lot, like, and sometimes you just can't consume everything, and you have to skip out on some stuff, don't you?
Especially when you're watching something with someone else.
Yeah, that really is tricky sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seddon,
Shall I almost repeat Chris's words?
Go
My number 2 is WandaVision. And it fought very, very hard with my number 1. In fact, if anything, I would say that my 2 and my 1 in reality are joint number 1. It's wafer thin between them, and I flip-flopped on which one was going to go where. And this is what I've got today, and probably on another day there'd be the other way round. But I imagine I'll talk a little bit more about WandaVision shortly.
My number 2 is Cruel Summer. Which was a Amazon Prime, I believe. It was on Amazon Prime. It was a TV show that I kind of just fell across. You know, it was one of these shows that they just advertised, or have it splashed across their front page as you go into it. A really interesting kind of twisting narrative set in 3 distinct periods of the 90s. It was 3 years, isn't it? No, I forget what year. What is it, like 93? No.
I want to say 93, 94, 95. I think it's that. Or 94. Yeah. But yeah, it's certainly in that mid-90s range.
And kind of just the narrative kind of slowly reveals itself, crossing between the years. And they did some really interesting things about, filming one scene in 1 year and then kind of slowly morphing into another year. It was really well produced and cleverly done, I thought. And I won't give too much away about the story itself, but I really enjoyed it. It was kind of really compelling, kept me watching to the end. I did have slight issues, and it did tail away slightly upon a certain reveal, but it did kind of really bring it back towards the end in that final episode. But yeah, I really enjoyed Cruel Summer, and I think why it's so high for me is it was such an unexpected surprise as well. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, do go check it out.
I think you've watched it as well, haven't you, Chris?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it all. I think we started it. But again,
I really liked it. I thought it was really good. And weirdly enough, there were 2 things that kind of marked it down a little bit for me, and that was one, the soundtrack, and 2.
Yes, someone be saying.
I actually thought at a certain point in the story, they really hit the perfect story beats for it, and then they did more. And I actually thought they had a better story in there, and they kind of skipped past that bit. But I mean, the fact that they had a better story part in it, hats off to them. And again, I think it's really, really good. I just think maybe its most interesting point for me, they didn't delve into anywhere near as much as they could have and probably should have for me. But yeah, I did. I thought it was very good.
Yeah, you're right with the soundtrack thing, especially when you look at what Fear Street did this year. Because Fear Street soundtrack was so on point.
I felt quite sorry for it.
The same.
Yeah, because it came out almost the same time as Fear Street, didn't it?
Yeah,
and I think Fear Street did such a good job that it was unfortunate that Cruel Summer had to go against that soundtrack-wise.
And they did that thing where they, the John Lewis Christmas advert kind of thing, where they get like passionate female singers to do these covers of these 90s like, Smashing Pumpkin songs. It's weird. Or Pixie songs. It's a bit odd.
Oh, really? Is that what happened?
Yeah. The sort of things you'd see in a DC movie trailer. I like to think of them as
all that.
Yeah.
But still.
Yeah. Jimmy, we're coming round to you for your numero uno, your number 1, your
first gold medal of the night.
The first gold medal of the night. Jimmy, what is your TV
first
show?
official stiffy of the night as well, Jimmy, so don't let us down.
The first official stiffy of the year of 2021 goes to Oh, what's going on here?
Do you want me to tell
Only
you?
fools.
WandaVision was my
WandaVision.
TV show of the year. Was it other people's TV show of the year?
It was mine, and it was Lacey's.
And as I say,
and-
my number 2. So and so close to being number
Right.
1.
So we're up there. I mean, if I just start off briefly, because obviously I guess we've all got something to say about it. For me, it was just so original. You know, it was so original. It took risks. You know, really put itself out there with going against all of the Marvel that had come before. Yes, I think the last episode maybe went back to the tried and tested Marvel last part of a film, but the rest of it, with going through the genres of comedy, going through the decades, I thought was so interesting, exciting to watch. And for someone who's grown up, I wasn't an I Love Lucy person. I'm not that old, but I know I Love Lucy. And then as soon as it sort of moved beyond that into the 60s, 70s, just Roseanne and Malcolm in the Middle, and just tipping the hat to all of those different sitcoms, I thought was lovely. Getting a chance to see Vision and Wanda as a real couple, getting them to flex their acting shop, is the best Paul Bettany's ever been.
Yeah.
Because it's the most he's had to do and been able to change his character up. Great cast, great show, good mystery. Really interesting, and that's why it's my number 1 and the Stiffy.
Shame there was no Fools and Horses pastiche. There was there. Awesome. Vision
Season 2.
Uncloud.
Season 2. Yeah, I'll
One
meet the same
interest-
pair, only fools. We'll go through the British gamut then.
I've they've put Malcolm in the Middle on Disney Plus,
Yeah.
and I used to watch Malcolm in the Middle, but I've never watched it all. So I've started watching it all. Forgot how fucking incredible it is. It's so good, and just even the visuals of it, where Malcolm's in the forefront talking and he's in focus, and his mum might be in the background on the phone, but in focus as well. And it's a really weird sort of visual where it's as clear as each other. And I remember me and the wife was watching. I was like, shit, they did that in WandaVision with that focus there and a focus in the background as well. Just touches like that. A lot of care going into it.
Going back right the way back to the first episode, like where they did the live studio audience, because they in those days they had a live studio audience. And I just think you could have easily not had that. And you could argue that, does it add much? Well, for me, it did, because again, it's that word you said there, Jimmy. I felt like there was a lot of care. I felt like when they crafted this story, they could have easily just done a straight up superhero story where she's flipped, she's created a kind of little area where people are captive, and then people, good guys come in, good guys go out, bish bash bosh, done. But I think they just put so much extra effort into building this universe and getting us into it. And I think where it paid off so magnificently for me is when the show when we didn't know what was happening. I think it had some amazingly sinister moments, but because you were watching it through the lens of all these comedy shows that you'd seen before, and then all of a sudden, when it all goes a bit weird, like you have that one Early Doors where Vision kind of freezes up and starts repeating the same thing over and over again, and then she flips out, and you just go, "Fucking hell, this just turned." And those are the sort of things that just gripped me. And bravo to. And again, I'm going to be nice to Disney. Disney could have not put this out first, and Disney could have not put this out, or Disney could have insisted that there'd be something a lot more palatable. But I think it was a really bold choice then to put out a more challenging effort for their first TV show. So I thought it was amazing. And after watching it, I did not think there was a chance that it would be any other TV show this year that I saw that would even come close to it. But
it's just the little nods to stuff as well. It's like in the Halloween episode when they're dressed up in their old school stuff. And what's his face? Oh,
Evan Peters.
That's the one. Being Quicksilver, who was like, oh, that's a throwback to the X-Men version of him. And
we got in such a tiz about that, didn't we? We were so excited.
It opened up so many opportunities, didn't it? Opened up the whole.
Still there. Those opportunities haven't gone.
Did you know what? Sorry, Lacey. Yeah, you finish, mate.
The ultimate of just it being Agatha And
Yeah.
that
Oh.
tune,
Forget about
was
Agatha.
Agatha all
Yeah.
along.
Probably
I was
my
just like, but that I'm done. It's
it
amazing.
is like from a like the comic book side, like the minute she comes on screen and the first time you see her, I knew who she was from the comic books because she's wearing a brooch that she wears, and you kind of go so that kind of bit sucked out a little bit, but I still say best villain reveal I've ever seen in anything. Like it is absolutely knock your socks off amazing because, and I don't think if they hadn't have taken all that care and attention previously in the other episodes, you couldn't just do that in the middle of, if that had been like Falcon and Winter Soldier, you'd have gone, what the fuck, if a theme tune bit. But yeah, just I'm with you, Lacey. That was
right.
the crowning moment of that TV show for me.
It was the Adams Family pastiche, wasn't it?
Yeah,
At the
Yeah.
yes, but amazing.
And then it was just that sort of thing of like, at that point of that reveal, you then get everything that she had done to that point as well. And you're like, oh shit, fuck, yeah, that happened.
Mm.
And there was that. And then obviously, you know, the fact that she'd kill Sparky too. That bitch.
It wasn't just the TV show for me though. It was everything that came with it that I really enjoyed as well. It hit like this time last year, didn't it? Like the depths. You know, we'd all suffered like pretty shit Christmas. And along comes January, and then here comes WandaVision, which is like these weird opening couple of episodes. You think, what the fuck is going on? And then we come on the podcast and have to try and decipher and give our thoughts. And you know, they were doing it on a Friday, which I still think Disney Plus should go back to with their releases. Do it on a Friday.
Yeah, it was a new way of living, wasn't it? It was a Friday lunchtime when you could go, well, what would I normally do at lunchtime on a Friday? Eat a really underwhelming sandwich. Well, actually, I've got something to look forward to now at lunchtime on a Friday.
So not only was it a fabulous TV show, it just everything surrounding it, you know, discussing it and analysing it. It was just, good memories for me. And let's not forget Elizabeth Olsen was amazing in it as well.
Yeah. It was you're right there, Stu, and said it was for me, it was the first must-see TV in a long time.
And again, must-see weekly. It wasn't like
must-see weekly. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Like it was amazing, wasn't it, to get that feeling back?
Yeah. That was great.
There we go. WandaVision wins 3 of our stiffies for best TV show of the year. But Seddon, what is your number one?
It's Squid Games, or Squid Game. I as I say, like WandaVision, and indeed these are my joint number one. I can't distinguish between the two. But again, this wowed me in this, and I think we said it on a couple of the other ones. I had no expectations because I hadn't heard of it until I saw the trailer, and I saw the trailer and I went, "Oh, hello, this looks right up my alley." I kind of like the Korean, the Japanese stuff. You know, I got like a lot of battle royale vibes. There's people wearing masks, and I thought, George, you know what? There's probably something in this for me.
Were they dogs?
It would have been great if there had been dogs fighting, or not dogs fighting. I don't mean that, like dogs fighting humans. But I don't know. And then I watched it, and I was really pulled in, and not just pulled in because I like that sort of thing, but very, very quickly, I started to like the characters. And when I say I started to like them, it's actually the opposite end. I started to dislike the ones that I think the story does so well that makes you dislike. But I did start to get invested even in those. And as we went on and we saw the perils and the desperation that these characters felt like they were in to go through the things that they were. And then I started to get invested in them and I got more and more invested. And I can't think of a TV show at all that has ever been as heart-wrenching for me as some parts of this show was. There are certain story beats that this show hits along the way where I was a mixture of angry, and I don't like emotions. I don't agree with them. I think they should be put to one side. But I was a combination of both angry and upset. And I'm actually sitting there and I'm going, don't you dare. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that to that person. Don't you dare do that, storytellers. But I also wanted them to do it because I knew that that's where the story should go and had to go. And yeah, it was just a TV masterpiece for me. And to get a year with WandaVision early and that late, amazing for me. And they'll sit in my top 10 TV shows of all time, probably for a long time. And one of the other things that I find so amazing about it is this felt like someone crafted a show for me. But fuck me. You're right. That was a Zeitgeist show, wasn't it? And I still cannot tell you why or how so many people love it. Because if you'd have asked me after watching it, will this be popular? I'd say, nah, you'd be lucky if 10% of Netflix viewers watch this. And of that 10%, you might get half of them like it. I cannot explain why it got so popular, but I'm so pleased it did get popular because
And
I
not
think
just
it deserves
popular,
it.
Seddon.
Oh, yeah,
Not just
yeah.
popular. Emails from schools.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Kids
I
are
forgot about
playing.
that. Yeah,
Kids are playing red light, green light in
Yeah.
the playground.
yeah,
Like what the like? You're right. And as I say, I've only done a few episodes, and I was in it. And at a different time in our life, we would have blitzed it. It's just
yeah.
life gets in the way. But I thoroughly enjoyed what I watched, and thought because I think I said to you that I wanted to watch it dubbed because I don't mind subtitles, but I find I miss the nuances in the acting of what they're doing. And sometimes I will read the joke or the line before the person reacts to the line. And sometimes that puts me off. That was on
Or I'm
me.
reading that, or you're reading that bit and you don't see what they're actually doing physically. So you lose that connectivity sometimes. Yeah.
So whilst my wife was doing the subtitles, I had the dubbed version in my ear on my phone, watching it on Netflix. And so I was watching it all, and even the dubbing I thought was great. I thought they did a good job. It felt like the guy playing the main guy, I can't remember his name, forgive me, really connected with him and understood his plight. It wasn't just some shitty dubbing. It felt like they were really trying and understood the characters from what I understood. Yeah, I was even just a few I've watched. I'm still excited about going back to it.
See, for me, is I being dyslexic, I struggle to do anything in subtitles. But it was one of those of I watched it in subtitles because I need to have the true experience to it. And me, same as said, as soon as I saw it, I was like, Battle Royale, get in my blood.
Yeah.
Love me, I will watch any sort of Battle Royale thing. I've even watched The Condemned, the Stone Cold Battle Royale film. And I was like, it could just be another Battle Royale thing, but yeah, I'm all in for it. Weird, a bit of Tasheki's Castle, maybe weird games as well. But yeah, it was just one of those. It was just you feel so much for these characters, and it sounds right. There's some of them that you start liking, and then you turn on them, and then there's others just like you just want them to manage to get through every time.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's amazing. And again, as Sen said, I have no idea how this became the monolith that it is.
Yeah,
because when 90% of my office talk about fucking Love Island or Strictly or some shit like that, they start talking about Squid Game, and I'm like, I've walked into some weird, fucked up parallel universe.
Well, that's the thing. That's it. I felt that as well, Chris. I felt like I've spent 20 years of my life having to watch bullshit hit the zeitgeist, and I went, finally, it's my time. But unfortunately, that had a side effect because then I had to talk to those people about something, and I was like, "Oh shit, there's a downside to this, isn't there?"
But it was weird being in the office because obviously being a Netflix thing, it all dropped, and you start hearing people, "Don't! I haven't got that far. I haven't got that far." Wow. And the thing is, you had that feeling of, "No, I'm not going to spoil it," because you need to just experience it as it is and not know what the fuck is going to happen. Because it makes those twists and turns so much better.
I ended up watching it 3 times in the space of 3 weeks. Now, partially that was because, what you were saying, Jimmy, about watching at someone else's pace? Well, I started watching it after a show on a Friday night. I think it dropped on that Friday night. And I'm up later, so I thought I'll watch a couple of episodes. And then pretty much by, I think, halfway through Saturday, I binged for it and I loved it. And when you want to talk to someone about it really soon. And I only had Andrew who hadn't seen it. So I was like, please watch one episode and see what you think. And then she watched it. So then I watched it through again with her. And I don't know, just about a week later, I just went, do you know what? It feels like a long time since I last watched Squid Game. Let's watch that again. But yeah, it's just amazing for me. And I think it's had a bit of backlash now. I think that's the problem with a show being zeitgeist is I think now there's always someone wants to have a pop, don't they? And I do think like it's kind of... taking some hits. So you said about the dubbing. Jimmy. And I know at the time there's lots of people going, oh, you can't watch it dubbed because this is terrible and it doesn't get this. I saw it dubbed and subbed, and do you know what? I think it's a really good dub job. I think it's a good sub job. But bearing in mind, I'm saying that not speaking the actual language, so for all I know, nothing matches. But yeah, you know, like I think people will have pops on that. But I think watch it however you want, because I think either way, I think you get a really good experience. So,
well, I watched dub and sub at the same time, and they were the same words.
Yeah,
so
that's what it felt like to me.
Unless you speak Korean, like you're not gonna. Yeah. You're not going to get the true, you know, meaning of Christmas. But I'm with you. Like, how can a show, you know, like that get so popular? You're 100% right. It's weird. It's like it's hypnotized the country. It's really bizarre.
I mean, even as you say, people clicking on it. Like, I don't understand. Like, if I think of some of those people who like let's be sort of general, like someone who on a Wednesday night will be watching I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I don't see how this is something when even if they saw it in the top 10, they go, oh yeah, I'll have a go at that one. However, I guess that's the power of the being top in 10 the top of Netflix, 10. I guess. But
that's the thing. How many times do you look at what's in the top 10 and go, yeah, I'm not watching any of that shit because it's all it's sex education or something with sex in the title just to, you know,
sex education is fucking good, Chris. Don't knock sex education.
I've watched Sex Education. I did not like Sex Education.
I watched a couple
it's fantastic.
My missus really liked it.
In fact, I'm changing WandaVision.
It left me cold.
But Romans, you don't remember those days, said. But I'm with you. Like even being in the top 10,
Never
I think
needed educating, Jimmy. I was a master from day one.
School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
But when we talked about it before, the visuals as well are so beautiful. Like the visuals just of what they put up on Netflix can bring you in. You go, wow, what is that? That looks incredible.
Yeah, all those pastels and all that. Yeah, and then you get the red and the green, and then the symbols, the simple symbols. So there probably is something in that. There probably is some really smart design things that is naturally going to pull people in. So yeah, probably spot on with that.
Did you do all of it, Stu?
I didn't know. It's a show that never clicked with me. Amanda watched it all the way through, and I think I can't remember how many episodes I watched in the end, 2 or 3. And I don't know. I still now can't put my finger on as to why I didn't particularly enjoy it. I don't know. It just didn't grab me.
Maybe we should go watch along, Stu.
Stu, there's a few people that I work with who have said they didn't like it, and one of the things, and it's just kind of a question, maybe this was the thing, is one of the things they said I couldn't understand I couldn't connect with anyone doing the stuff they did. As soon as the bad stuff starts happening, they go, well, I'd have just gone, so it's ridiculous. And I wonder whether that was maybe it is that kind of connection as to why would someone kind of stay in that world.
I don't think so much that, because I think what they did do a good job with was kind of, kind of exploring why people are in this desperate state. But I didn't really have a problem with that. I don't know whether it's I think I just seen like battle royale stuff done a bit more compelling for me, and I think that's all it came down to. Whether it's just the format that it was in, I prefer that kind of style of film. Story narrative done in a film, like a short 90-minute film or whatever. I don't know, but perhaps it was a pacing issue overall for me. I just didn't click, sadly.
But that's fine. Like sometimes things don't click with people, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't. And it's what's annoying is when people go, "Nah, that is shit, that ain't for me," and don't even try it. Like, don't even give it a go. As you say, like you can watch one episode of something and get an idea. Sometimes it takes a season, you know, like the American Office. I think you need to go into season 2 before it starts really hitting its stride. But again, sometimes things never click with people. I think Always Sunny in Philadelphia is one of the funniest comedies. But some people, friends of mine who I know are funny, will watch it and go, I'm not getting into it.
Jimmy, dump them. dump them. If they can't watch It's Always Sunny, get rid of them.
I've started watching Always Sunny because it's one of those I've never watched it before.
Don't upset me, Chris. We do another podcast together. Don't upset me.
The first season is a little bit of a slog, but now that Danny DeVito's in it, it has picked up a bit.
There is some
It
truth
does.
in that.
Season 2
Yeah,
onwards,
there is
it
some
picks
truth
up
in that.
like mad. Yeah.
As a small public service notice to anyone who's watching this who did really like Squid Games and Squid Game and has never seen it, watch Battle Royale, the movie. Because I think if you liked Squid Game, you would really like Battle Royale, but you probably wouldn't have tried it without Squid Game, if that makes sense. But yeah, definitely sort of hunt it out and watch if you haven't.
Or The Condemned with Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yes. There we go. That was our TV show of the year. A good selection there, boys. I think we've done well.
It was a good year, wasn't it, for TV? I think we'd all agree on that.
was.
I think it was a good year. And it bloody had to be because we're all stuck in our houses so much. So well done
Indeed.
for them pumping out TV.
Okay. Next category. Do we need toilet breaks? Are we okay?
Yes.
I do need a drink refill, so I should be back momentarily.
Okay. Nice. Jimmy, do you want to?
I'll still be able to hear you, so I'm
Okay,
going to go to the toilet. So don't talk about me while I'm gone.
Okay.
Well,
This could be awkward. You all right, Seddon?
So now those pricks.
Okay, so whilst they're out the room,
Yeah.
I had some difficulties with the new to us. So let's just clarify for the audience what the new to us category actually means.
So kind of the theory was when we did it last year, and so we've got kind of again. It was anything that we've never done before. Like it could be a movie, it could be TV, video game. But the idea was to avoid anything that was new to us but had been released in last year. And only because I think when we did the awards last year, we had a lot more specific categories, didn't we? We did have movie of the year, TV show of the year, and video game. And we thought, well, we need something that kind of distinguished. So yeah, the idea is supposed to be come out. It's older than a year old, but we only experienced it for the first time in the last year.
Yeah. I think that's where I got confused. Is the
Your top three was all one
Stuff in
division
this
3
year.
times, wasn't it?
But I corrected my mistake, and I
To
think
be
I got
honest,
a better
I talk
list
about-
for it.
I talk about the origins of it though, but I think partly the origins of it was just to allow me to cheat so I could have What We Do in the Shadow season 2 and season 1 win an award last year because I wanted to.
Yeah.
I wanted to watch it so badly.
I like it though because we might not necessarily have played enough video games, or I think video games is probably the big one. To come up with a top 3 for the year, but with this category, we can kind of merge them all into one.
And for us, we're very likely to maybe have a limited amount of games that we've played to the fullest, and they won't all necessarily have come out last year, will they? We always talk about our cupboards of shame and how many old games we've got. Well, often we're playing old games, so yeah, it allows us to slip other stuff in.
So here we are. This is our 2021 Stiffy Award for the new to us category. Jimmy, your bronze award goes to.
yes. Well, thank you for the explanation. I was with you there. I could hear you whilst I had a little wee. And my bronze award goes to the show Barry. Barry is a.
What's this?
Oh, sorry, Chris. I thought you were shushing us.
No, it was,
You went
well,
like this, I'm like,
It's like Jimmy.
what's he gonna do?
Jimmy, shut the fuck up. We don't talk about Barry. Barry touched Chris. In a bad
Barry
place.
is Barry is a racist show. No, Barry is it's on Sky Television. It is there's only season 1 out. I may have mentioned it on the show before. I think I have, starring Bill Hader, who is a comedic actor from films such as Trainwrecked and Skeleton Bones, I think it is, and he was a Saturday Night Live guy. Very, very funny, good impressionist, funny guy. Really comes across very nice in interviews. But in Barry, he plays an ex special forces soldier who, when he comes out, doesn't really know what he's going to do with himself. So he becomes, through a friend of his father's, a hitman. And after a while of being a hitman, he stumbles into an acting class because one of the people he has to kill is in this acting class. And the acting class is run by Henry Winkler, aka the Fonz. He's not playing Henry Winkler, he's playing someone else. Can't remember his name, but he starts to fall in love with the idea of being in this acting class and becoming an actor. So it's this hitman becoming an actor, trying to straddle these two worlds with someone who is a comedy actor by trade who does serious very, very, very well. And I watched season 1 on Sky, and it kept me coming back. It was in the vein of Breaking Bad and Ozark. I wouldn't say it was as good as Breaking Bad and Ozark, but it's certainly, and they're only half-an-hour episodes, but it's certainly that sort of vibe of dark comedy, but more drama than comedy. Very good show. And Bill Hader was like, you know, when you get those comedy actors like Steve Carell or even Will Ferrell, when they do serious, they can be scary fucks. Like Steve Carell in, I don't know if anyone's seen Foxcatcher.
Yeah.
He's terrifying. Like Steve Carell, hilarious. But when he's being, even in episodes of The Office, The American Office, when he's being serious, like he's an intimidating guy. He's a little comedy guy. But when he's being intimidating, he's fantastic. And Bill Hader had shades of that intimidation from this really nice comedy actor. Same with Bryan Cranston, Malcolm in the Middle, you know, funny guy.
Yeah.
And then he does that serious stuff and he's like, wow, man, like
it's almost that subverting your expectation again, isn't it? Like you're so used to just laughing along with them that when they do bad stuff, you just go, oh my God. But you get fascinated by it. And it's almost an instant pulling. The only thing that severely disappointed me about this, and I've not watched it, but it was when I see a show called Barry, I assume it's Barry Evans from EastEnders. When it isn't, I'm out. I don't want to know outside of that.
Which is the name. It's fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't know. Has anyone seen it, Chris? Stu?
No, mate. It's first I've heard of it. Well, apart from the other time you spoke about it, but yeah.
Well, it's if anyone's got Sky, it's they're half-an-hour episodes or 28 minutes. Like it's an easy sort of one that just keeps going because they're so short, and it does keep you interested episode by episode. You watch it and you go, I can squeeze in another one before 10:30. Oh, I can squeeze in another one before half. Well, it's midnight. I'll do one more and then I'll go to bed. And it just hooked me. And so I really like Bill Hader. It was nice seeing him do something different. I love Henry Winkler. It was lovely seeing him. It's funny seeing people trying to be, being actors and taking the piss out of the acting world, because it is a very wanky, wanky thing. And that's my bronze. Great show.
Thank you, Jimmy. Right, up next we've got Lacey with his number 3 choice for New to Us.
So my New to Us is a game that comes in at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
It is Assassin's Creed Origins.
Ooh.
One of those that has been sat on my shelf for a while.
Cupboard of shame.
Yeah, see, in fact, I got it when it first came out. I installed it and went, I'll play that at some point.
3 years later.
Basically, my missus started playing it and was like, sort of came in and seeing her playing. I was like, yeah, I never did play Assassin's Creed. I should probably try. And the thing is, it's one of those I really enjoyed Black Flag and Syndicate, but the earlier ones, I was just like, it's just a bit too repetitive. You do the same shit over and over again. With this one, because it's a lot more open world and you're in the whole of Egypt, and you can, if you want, climb up pyramids and then jump off and kill people. That's
cool.
Just so much more that you can do in it. It's a lot of the tasks are very similar. Go there, kill a bunch of soldiers, take over the camp. But because the story sort of goes between it so well, it doesn't feel like you're just literally doing the same thing over and over again. And you can probably now get it for pennies because of how old it is, but definitely worth a hit, and about 60 hours to fully complete it.
I can't play it because there are ones in between where I got up to in this, and my brain does say I can't play it. I can't play it unless I've played all the versions, and I own this and I have all the other ones. So one day Lacey, probably in about 8 years' time, I may well join you and say, yes, this was in it. But I love the Assassin's Creed franchise. And one of the things you said there, and I know that the early ones were repetitive, but I bloody love jumping off things. And also, you can kill people at the end. But
Love a bit
and
parkour.
we'll get to something more on that in a minute, I think, because I have just looked and seen some of the awards to come. But yeah, I found that one of my favorite video game traits is jumping off shit.
I'm completely with you, Seddon. As you know, I got Santa brought a PS5 to my home for Christmas, and I got Spider-Man Miles Morales, and jumping off of things
It's good, isn't it?
so much fun.
Oh, God,
It's
yeah.
so much fun.
There's no consequence.
And
Broken ankles.
You say that, Jimmy. That exactly, and I'm not going to go too far into it, but that would have made my top 3 new to me if I hadn't have unfortunately just played it kind of once we got into 2022. It just missed out on a technicality. But yeah, jumping off shit is amazing.
So Assassin's Creed Origins, where does it come in terms of when they came out?
So that is the one after Syndicate. So you had Assassin's Creed 1, 2, then there's Brotherhood and I can't remember what the other one is. But there's the 2 that are there's like 3 Ezio ones. Then it goes to Assassin's Creed 3.
That's why I tapped out.
Then you get Black Flag, Unity, Syndicate, then Origins. Then
What?
you've got
There's a few.
Yeah.
It's number 10.
Then there's another. What's the second one?
Some of the others, Jimmy, I think can somewhat be considered, maybe not necessarily core major releases, but yeah.
But I'm with you, Seddon, in terms of like
the main ones. There's also the extra DLC and side stuff as well. So there's like 6 little 2D side scroller ones.
There's Liberation as well.
Liberation. Then there's a whole.
So we're on about 15 now.
What we'll do, Jimmy, is you and I can take a year off, and we'll both sit in a room together and try and catch up on Assassin's Creed at some point.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Yeah.
But I'm with you there. Like I said, I like to play things in order or watch things in order, and I because I used to like the look of the Assassin's Creed games, but
even when people
there's that
say
much in them,
you don't need to. Even when people say the story don't follow, I still go. But I know that there's ones before it, so my brain says I have to do it.
Because the thing is, Origins is a reboot.
Yeah, soft reboot. Isn't it?
So that was where technically the new era of Assassin's Creed starts.
Stick your soft
reboots
up your arse, mate.
You've got Origins
to number 1 and like it.
Give me the Richard Donner cut.
Lacey, a question I've got for you: is there? I mean, you mentioned there about it being a reboot of sorts. Is there any the real world stuff? Is there much of that? Because that's always the stuff that really pissed me off in the Assassin's Creed.
It's a whole lot less. I think you come out of the Animus, I think about 4 or 5 times through the whole story mode. There's no, doing all the going around the office in Canada. That there was a massive, I think it's free. I mean, it's like an hour's worth of just wandering around the office.
Yeah, I'm with you guys on that. I think that's why I kind of went on hold for a little while, because I got a bit fed up of that side of the gaming experience.
And the thing is, they don't. Because obviously, I jumped out at one of the Ezio ones and was like, "I'm done with this." Came back for 4 when it was the Pirates, and I was like, "Ooh, let's play that." Got a bit annoyed with as much going into the real world stuff. Then missed, Unity, the French one, because it was buggy and didn't want to play a broken game. Went back to Syndicate because it was set in Victorian London.
And is anti-French.
I was like, Victorian London, that should be fun. And that one didn't have as much of the real world stuff in. So, I mean, by then they'd realised that shit was pissing people off.
There's loads of these on. They seem to be re-releasing all of them on Stadia. So if you ever want to kind of catch up, it might be a good place to do it.
The scary thing is, Stu, don't need to. Cupboard full of them. I don't think there's a single one I don't own.
I should have known.
Yeah. I think I do own every single one of them.
My bad.
Even Valhalla.
Valhalla, I also, yes, I do own that. Someone bought it for me as a birthday present, and I didn't tell them, oh shit, I've got 12 more to get through before I start playing this.
That does sound like a good shout, though, Lacey. That's coming in at Origins, coming in at a reboot where you don't have to worry about anything before, and it's technically good, and I'd like that open world stuff. I do like. I'm a fan of the open world stuff.
Good setting as well. Egypt, that's a.
This thing, because obviously the new trilogy is Egypt, ancient Greece, and Norway / England during the Viking escapades. So they've. Are
you in it? I assume you're in it, aren't you?
I am. I'm there to take over Norwich. Yeah.
They're very easy to beat, apparently, Chris. They're very easy to beat.
Storming the North Norfolk beaches.
Come at me on the Broads.
Yeah. You run in there, you go, I want to have sex with your sister. And they go, after me.
There's a queue.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Any more to add, Chris? Or should we move on to Seddon's Bronze Award for New to Me 2021?
Mine's like not even that old. I guess it came out in January 2020, so out by a year. But it was Palm Springs, which is Adam Sandberg movie, who I do not like. I do not like that man. And I saw the trailer for this, and initially I thought, oh, this looks quite quirky. Then I saw he was in, and I thought, oh, fucking hell, he's in everything. Don't like him. But I went, it's late at night, probably Friday after a show again, and I probably thought, oh, I'll watch it. I'll see. And your premise of it is it's kind of a modern retelling of Groundhog Day, I guess, a kind of current version of Groundhog Day. But in this universe, there are two people who are going through the same day over and over again. And if either one of them dies, the day reboots. And initially they go through a bit of a blame game on as to whether it was one of their fault that the other one got caught in the loop, and you get things like that. But I think what really resonated with me is that Sandberg, I think this is the best thing that I've ever seen him in. And I do think he's brilliant in this, because I think he plays up to the thing that makes me dislike him in real life. I think he actually leans into that here, because he's been in this loop for a very long time, and he's quite jaded at this point. And if anything, he's just trying to look to... He's slept with everyone. He's drunk every drink. And now he's just literally kind of, oh, my God, I just need to get through these days. So like when it's set around a wedding in Palm Springs, hence the Palm Springs. And, kind of like initially, before the loop bit, he's just kind of pissed up, walking around, looking really disruptive like an asshole. But you kind of see that's what it is. And it builds a relationship between these two. And sometimes it is, I think, done really well because it is naturally stretched. They don't instantaneously fall in love, and it's about how they get out of it. Sometimes they're friends. Sometimes they're drinking buddies. Sometimes they hate each other. Sometimes they want to kill each other. Sometimes they sleep with each other. And I think you see all of that natural thing that we probably all go through in a relationship, but told in this ever combining loop. And of course, it allows that great storytelling technique that Groundhog Day had, to see them do ridiculous stuff, see them do really good comedy deaths. And I don't know, it just knocked my socks off. I was expecting nothing, but I was just majorly impressed. So that for me is my bronze medal in my new to me this year.
Has anyone else seen this film?
No, I really want to. I forgot you talk about this, and it was obviously the Groundhog Day link for me that draws me in. But I don't know, that film is so dear to my heart. I worry about watching another film.
I do wonder, Stu, because I know how much you love Groundhog Day, and I do wonder whether that might impact the enjoyment of it. I mean, for me, and I know this is going to be sacrilege, I like this more than Groundhog Day. I do. It resonates with me more. But again, they're not the same film. They just have a similar premise.
It's a similar premise in it. But there's different twists with this one, and there's more reasoning with this one. And one thing that I thought was really good with this one is with Palm Springs. I'm with you, Sid. I loved it. It was really good. you get more of a concept of time gone by than you do of Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
Like, because in Groundhog Day, I think you can go on YouTube and look at people who have worked out how long he's there, how many days he has, and you never quite sort of realize how long he has actually been in that day loop. Whereas this, you get more of a concept of how long those characters are in these loops. Yeah. I mean, it could be a sequel to Groundhog Day, couldn't it, really? It could be like...
And to carry on something we said earlier and other things, like bringing back in some J.K. Simmons love, because he's one of the characters in it as well, and he's great. And I'm going to butcher, I think, a pronunciation, but I talk about Samba, but Kristin Milioti, who plays the female lead in this, who's stuck in the loop. And I think I'd only seen her in Brooklyn. I think that's the only thing I'd seen her in, and like a couple of episodes of that and things. But much as I said earlier about the maid, this was a star turn for me for her. I would switch something on if I saw she was in the cast now, because I'm pretty hopeful that I will see something interesting and compelling if she's in it.
Great choice, Adam.
I'm just trying to see what else she's been in. Wolf of Wall Street.
I think she's in How I Met Your Mother, isn't she?
Yeah, I think she does do a bit in How I Met Your Mother. I think she's in one of the seasons.
Yes, she is. Yep. Does some voice work on Family Guy. She's in a season of...
She's very good. She's very good in this, isn't she?
Yeah.
Her, Sandberg, and Simmons, they're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is J.K. Simmons' second outing in the Stiffies. He's doing well.
If he wins Cunt of the Year,
hat trick.
Yeah.
I've lost my notes. Where are we?
It's you, mate.
That's me, isn't it? Because it is. My number 3, my bronze award goes to a real surprise for me, House Flipper.
Get the applause out for this, Jimmy. Get the applause out for House Flipper.
It takes ages. I'm really, really sorry, but I'm
Thanks,
with you. It
Lacey.
does deserve it.
Oh, actually, I forgot we can do it
Ah.
manually. I totally forgot about that.
Thank you. Yeah, House Flipper. I got this on my PS4. I don't know why. Why did I get this? I can't remember. I think I might have watched a YouTube video, someone playing it, streaming it, whatever. But for some bizarre reason, it just kind of just clicked in my brain. Something about the game appealed to me. You know, taking a house and cleaning it and restoring it. Maybe it's because I don't have any prospect of being able to do that in my own physical life because I can't ever get a mortgage. But I don't know, just something about it was so compelling. And, you know, I streamed it for a couple of occasions and other people found it compelling.
I loved watching you do that. I mean, again, I tend to try and watch your streams, but that was my favourite of all your streams. I just thought it was fucking. Maybe It Takes Two. Maybe was like, but yeah, I loved watching you play that game.
Well, my wife got into it after you had talked about it as well, didn't she? Yeah.
It's a game where if you watch someone playing, you think, I'd quite like to play that. I mean, all you're doing is you're cleaning a house and then repairing the house and selling on, you know, you're flipping a house, you're doing it up and selling it on for a profit and so on it goes. And they said you absolutely beasted through it. I tailed off it to some degree throughout the summer months, but there's just something about that game which just was really refreshing because it's very unlike most of the games I tend to play, Fortnite and Avengers on repeat. But it was good.
What you said there, Stu, that idea of being able to do it, because I think there's TV shows about it. It is things that I think when you do watch that TV show, what a lovely job. As long as you're not doing the work, as long as you've got bring that painting in, paint that wall, do that thing. Like, what a lovely job, what a lovely career, and I can see why.
That's a good point, actually. You know, it's like almost wish fulfillment, but you don't have all of the effort in doing it. You're right, Jimmy. You know, if you want to paint a wall, you just kind of click on that wall 3 times and it's done. You know, you get the creative aspect, but you don't have all the elbow grease required. So yeah, it was strangely relaxing during the summer.
It made for some great moments in my life as well, because I'd be sitting there playing, and when I got into it, I ploughed hours into it, and it then led on to me playing Car Mechanic Simulator. Know nothing about cars, can't drive. PC Building Simulator, so it really got hooked into me. But House Flipper is still the purest one for me, because Andrew would walk into the room and I hadn't moved for hours, and she would just look at me and go, "Are you still cleaning windows?" And I was like, "Yep."
There's just a brilliant kind of thing about the whole experience where you'd be sitting in a room of filth around you,
Yes,
rubbish surrounding you in your real existence, but in the video game world, you was tidying everything.
Oh, yeah. Over the space
Absolutely
of 3 weeks, I cleaned 1 million windows. In the space of me living in here, I've barely opened a window, let alone cleaned one.
So there was that.
My wife's a big fan of The Sims, which I presume there's a similarity with Sims and
I
this.
think it probably is. Certainly around the the interior design aspect of things. You can design a house, and outside of the Sims part of it, you can design the houses that the Sims live in. And it's a bit like that with Animal Crossing. Actually, there's probably quite a lot of crossover in what I find pleasurable about these games is, I don't know, just that
There's
kind of
kind of
second life
strange
type thing.
control element as well, isn't it? And I don't mean like, I need to have control, but that kind of, if I do this, I can then do this. So like I go back to clean the windows, but then if you clean the windows, then you could paint the window sills, then you would paint the room and things I would never do in real life. But you could see that kind of progression. And to be honest, and I'm going back to clean the windows. It's my favourite bit in the game because you could see what you've done. You could see how pristine they looked afterwards, and I felt a sense of achievement. Weirdly enough, because when the thing that I did caused something else to happen, and I don't always get that in a lot of games.
Said, have you ever thought about becoming a bricklayer?
Is there a bricklayer simulator?
No,
probably.
Telling me.
But what I am telling you is bricklayers can make a fortune these days because no one wants to do it. So brickies make a fortune.
To be honest, Jimmy, like it's a really good point because my wall on the front of my house fell down about 18 months ago, and I haven't even bothered phoning one, let alone learning how to do it myself.
Well, you're out on that, but yeah.
But that's the thing. I could do it myself. Then, can I say?
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. The sense of achievement of building that wall. I think that's what it does. Like I get a sense of achievement when I've cleaned and tidied a room at home, because ours get to a point where it takes a day to completely do it. And when you've done it, you've gone, I've done it. There is that achievement. So I can see why in a game there's an achievement there that you're getting it done.
So there we go. My number 3 was House Flipper. Jimmy, what's your your silver award? Your number 2 goes to.
My number 2 goes to the Orville or the Orville. The Orville. Sorry.
What is it? What is it about you picking things that make me think of British entertainment celebrities?
I think it's the fact that I look like Rolf Harris.
This ain't about a green duck, is it, you bastard? You've let me down again.
Oh, you do, don't you?
No, and he's Australian anyway. The Orville, Seth MacFarlane's Star Trek parody, which ironically is more Star Trek now than Star Trek. It is, as I said on the show before, the first series is good, it's solid, some interesting episodes, and when I say it's more Star Trek than Star Trek has moved away from ethical, moral decisions about people and ways of living and ways of life and society and this type of thing, and turned into pew 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 pew. You are the chosen one. It's all shit like that. It's just every episode is just sound bites for a trailer. I've been watching the latest episode of Star Trek Discovery. They've made me pay for it. It's shit. It's fucking shit. Amazon have made me pay £1.89 an episode, and I'm watching it all, and it's shit. And the Orville started as a joke with Seth MacFarlane, who's a massive Star Trek fan, trying to crack wise at different things in Star Trek, which could be funny if went wrong. And as the series 2 has come along, loads of the jokes have gone, and it's become a really good show about ethics and morals. Because what was always interesting about Star Trek, Next Generation specifically, was it was supposed to be a place where as a person you'd love to live. There's no more poverty. There's no more starvation. The human race had reached a level where everyone was on an equal playing field. There was no money. Everyone had what they needed, and everyone was just about bettering themselves by exploration. That's what Next Generation was. They'd go exploring, and any time they'd find a different planet that had an issue, it would resonate with current day issues and how they could get through this and how they could better themselves and how people could better themselves. And as I say, now Star Trek's just gone away from that, and it's just it's so disappointing. Whereas the Orville has gone into that, you know, so much so that one of the main characters is from a planet where everyone is male. Everyone's male, so everyone's in a relationship with another male. And at first, it's kind of interesting and kind of funny because they're very butch males. You know, they're like Klingons. And then they have a child, these two males, and that's in an egg. And one of them has to sit with the egg and hatch this egg, the almighty egg. And again, that's kind of funny. But then this egg hatches, and the baby comes out, and it's a female, and it's a big controversy that they've had a female, and they have to go back to their planet, and that you discover that every 1,000 children born is a female, and they turn it into a male because it's the anomaly. Everyone is a male, and they go into a court where they want to keep it as a female, but other people in society saying it must be a male. So these quite, you know, deep ethical thoughts on morality and gender and all these things in this comedy show by Seth MacFarlane. And as I say, series 2 just gets more interesting, more dark, more serious, and just blew me away. Series 2 absolutely blew me away, and it's on Disney Plus for free. You know, anyone who hasn't watched it, as I say, series 1's good. Series 2, if you like Star Trek, it's wonderful. And I was, it's one of those things where I want to talk to people about it. And I keep trying to talk to my wife about it. And she goes, Jimmy, this is why you have the podcast. Stop talking to me about these things. This is why Friday nights I let you sit in your space and you could talk to guys who are interested.
While you're saying that, Jimmy, I'm pretty suspicious that that's exactly what happens in this house as well. I've never been so encouraged to go and spend time away speaking to other people.
Funny enough, same here.
Yeah, like I don't have to listen to this shit anymore if you go and vent it on a Friday night.
Your missus isn't vicious enough to go, I'm not interested. This is why I let you do that. Go and do it so I don't have to fucking hear it.
It
anyway,
fell slightly on deaf ears on WhatsApp the other day, but my favourite thing about the Orville, and I am going to get round to watching it. I remember you saying about it at the time, Jimmy, and it's on my list, and hopefully it'll be one of the things I start early in the new year. But the thing that brings me most joy about whenever you talk about it is you going on about how you just can't wait for it to be on a streaming service. And then we pointed out it was on Disney, and you were like, no, it's not. And we're like, no, it is. And we even showed you it was on there. And you're like, well, it's not on my Disney, as if you've got a different Disney to everyone else.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I'd been waiting for like over a month, and I just hadn't put in the parental control. I hadn't taken yeah, that was
absolutely beautiful.
That was very, very annoying.
I might put that in as my number one new to me, experiencing you not being able to use Disney.
But imagine if I wasn't on this podcast. I might never have fucking realised.
Yeah.
Never would have known.
You'd be ranting to your missus every Friday night while she was bored shitless, going, when will they put this on Disney?
On Google, it's saying it's on. There you go. That's my silver Orville. Get on it, man. If you like fun, not just fun, and get to series 2. Get through series 1. It's good. There's some interesting villains, interesting characters, but series 2, series 1 goes like that. Series 2 goes like that. Yeah. Like, wonderful.
Lacey, your number 2 pick for New to Us.
What We Do in the Shadows, the film.
Ooh.
So, Taika Waititi is a genius. That's, the first thing we have to say. And this is the reason that I can't watch the TV series yet, because I watched the film because you were all going on about the TV series.
You sound like Jimmy's
And-
wife.
And I was like, right, I'll watch the film first because it's Taika Waititi, and then go into the season. It's the first series of the TV series does not live up to how good the film is. The film is
I agree.
just
Yeah.
so much better. Taika Waititi is amazing in it. It's just the comedy. It's the fact that it's done on a shoestring budget. It really does look like there's just some TV company following this family of vampires around.
I would argue that we've got better production values in that movie. That's saying
Yeah.
something.
Whoa.
And yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, if anyone has watched the TV series and not seen the film, watch it.
Yeah.
Because
I still need to.
Wow,
Well,
you've
I
not
am-
seen it yet, Stu.
I am-
I don't know.
Love-
Again, I think because I love the TV show so much. I just
I'm
worry
interested that
the
from a
film-
flip flop though. I think you're right, Stu, because like as you said, Chris, like watching the TV show straight after watching the film, I think
Mm.
yeah,
it might have the opposite effect on you because I think
It
they're,
may do.
you know, similar, and it is very similar, but there are kind of some subtle differences there. And yeah, I do wonder how it will play for someone who's gone TV show first.
That's 100% right. Yeah, I'm with you there, because you watch that beautiful raw film
yeah,
where I think it's funnier because it doesn't seem like anyone's trying. It
Yeah.
seems so real. Yeah, they're vampires. That's what they are. Whereas then you get to TV show and you got Matt Berry
a bit more theatrical.
yes, it's like blah, 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 and you're like,
Mm.
oh man, in the film they're just like, yeah, we're werewolves, we're vampires. You know, it's so natural.
Best accent you've ever done.
it is actually
Same.
saving it for the end of year awards. Well done, that man.
We're werewolves.
Stu, can I
not
change
werewolves.
cunt of the year? now?
But I'm with you. If you went back the way, you might look at it and go, oh, this looks a bit cheap. Yeah, it's interesting. Give it
But
time.
yeah,
Like,
I
give it a
think
break.
gap each. Yeah, I think gap each
Yeah,
helps.
'cause
for
it's
both
the thing,
ways,
because
doesn't it?
I literally watched the film, and then the next day we started season 1 of the TV show, and I was like, there's a lot of the same story beats. They're doing a few of the same sort of things that they've done in the film, but they're not the right characters, and it's now in America, and yeah, it was just one of those. I think if I'd have given it 6 months,
Hmm.
I think I'd have gone
It
into the TV series and probably banged all 3 series out, because it was when season 3 was out. But
Weirdly enough, that's one of the reasons why, like last year, it was my new to me and my show of the year. Because you started watching it, didn't you, Stu? And I think on the show you've been saying how good it was, and I loved the movie, and I was so scared of going and watching the TV show because I just thought it's not going to be the same. I'm not going to like it as much. But I had probably 6 or 7 years gap in between, and I was so pleased I went to the TV show because I love them both, and I think they are both brilliant. I think that's the truth of it. But there's some real polished differences, and I think seeing the polished one and then comparing it to the unpolished, I don't know. I'll be very interested to see what you think when you actually get round to watching it the other way around.
Yeah, I agree.
Bloody love
It's
that
like
pick.
I really like Doctor Who now. I've really enjoyed Tennant and Smith and Capaldi, and Jodie's awful. But when I hear about old Doctor Who stories on YouTube, you know, they go, the story where Tom Baker does the Daleks and blah, 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 and does all this, and you're like, that sounds amazing. You put it on, you go, this looks nothing like what I want to see. This doesn't look as, oh no, I can't watch this. This is too long-winded, and God, I'm out on this. This is what a terrible mistake I've made. So yeah, I'd just give it a break. But yeah, I'm with you, Lacey. The film, I think, is really, really good.
Yeah.
When you say Taika Waititi is a genius, I'm with you there. But I'm wondering how much steam he's got left in what he's doing. I
mean,
wonder if at some point it's gonna.
I'm trying to think. I mean,
Stop.
like, for me, I'm with you, Chris. I think he's a genius. And for me,
Eagle
he's-
versus whale. Or
He's not
Eagle
made-
shark, but it's amazing.
he's not made a bad thing yet.
I've got to run, the other half's ringing.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, for me, he's not made a bad movie yet, and that's a pretty good fucking turnaround. I mean, most
I agree,
movie
I agree.
makers for me are pretty much crapped out by their second one. But yeah, I mean, will the joke stop being funny? I think his humour, whilst always quirky, is always different enough in his stuff to keep it somewhat fresh. I think. But yeah, I love it.
I hope so.
loves it.
I hope so.
Sydney, you're number 2 for New to Us.
Nino Cooney, Wrath of the White Witch, which is very old, I want to say. In fact, I've got it here because I should have checked that. I can't remember when it first came out. And so 2011, it first came out in January, European release 2013. Now, this is a special new to me because I bought it at the time. Because I do love Studio Ghibli movies, and when they said there's a game about Studio Ghibli, like based off of written by Studio Ghibli, I thought sign me up, and then it went in the cupboard, and it stayed in the cupboard for 8 years. And
how big is this cupboard that said it has? Not fucking Narnia.
It's pretty big. And
is this the one my wife's playing?
Yes, yeah,
right.
It is. And I mean, I like a JRPG, but they take up a lot of time, and I think I have to be in the right mood because I know I have to commit a lot of time to it. And I think, we've been in lockdown for a long period of time at this point, and I thought, well, there's a lot more hours in the evening. I won't be going down the pub as much, so maybe it's time to crack that game out. And I fell in love with it from the first minute till the end, mainly because of the art style of it initially, the voice work, and the storyline that it goes with. It feels Studio Ghibli. And I love the gameplay as well. It's a JRPG, but there's a lot of kind of Pokemon-esque elements to it. You are collecting creatures. You're going around the world and you are leveling them up, and you are kind of changing them into different versions. So it steals from so many games, but I think you put it in that pot and you mix it up, and it out comes this wonderful game experience for me. I will say it's not perfection. Like, there are some clunky bits in it. There are some bits where you kind of go, oh, God, someone probably didn't play test that bit as well. But it will have a really charming cutscene before it or after it. So you then very quickly forgive any issues that you might have had with the gameplay element of it. And going back to something that has been consistent, I think, in a lot of my awards this year is this game got me. Like, as in, there's a scene quite early on, and I think you might have seen this, Jimmy. I think you might have mentioned this. There's a scene early on in this game, and I'm like, you bastards. And it really actually gave me a kick in the gut. And I almost I had to put it down for a little while because I was like, no, I'm not playing this again for a little while. I kind of need to process that. And the nice thing for me is that, like, we're a one telly household. Now I have like the laptop and things like that, but I tend to play games when Andrea's gone to sleep, so I'm not sort of taking up the telly. But this was one of those games where she liked watching me play it as well. She could kind of come along with the story, and she was sort of say, "Oh, you're going to play that game?" Always that game, because she wouldn't remember what it's called. But you're going to play that game for a couple of hours, and I go, "What? The one where I clean windows?" And she's no, stop playing that game. But yeah, I got so many hours out of it. Like, I know there's a big thing around like getting platinum trophies and fully completing. I completed the main story, and there's loads of stuff you can do around unlocking every creature in the game. And I think I did about 85% of them because I was loving it so much. But it did come a point where I went, okay, I want to move on to something else. But yeah, absolutely captivating for me.
What I've seen of it being played has been, it looks amazing. It looks amazing. Stu, have you watched any Ghibli films, Studio Ghibli films?
Oh yeah. Not for a while. I haven't seen any of the new stuff, but I've seen the considered classics like
Totoro, my name is Totoro, Castles in the Sky, things like that.
Yeah, Castles in the Sky.
House, Moving Castle.
The Witch. It's in that one. She delivers things.
Oh my God,
Tiki. Yeah, that's a good one. So
I hadn't seen any till the last few years when the wife started introducing them to my eldest boy, and he watches them every night to go to bed, to fall asleep to. Like, I know you probably shouldn't introduce that to children, because it's what I have to do. I have to watch TV shows to fall asleep because
Same
otherwise
here.
my mind don't switch off. But he wants to watch other things. You go, no, put a Ghibli on, and he'll put on Totoro or Howl's Moving Castle or what's the wonderful one with the girls'
Spirited
parents who
Away?
turn into pigs.
Spirited Away.
Yeah, I think that is Spirited Away, isn't it? Where the girls' parents turn into pigs, and she goes and works in like a massage parlor, and there's a
Yeah,
ship.
there is that one. Yeah, with the ghost face things.
Yes, Ghostface
yeah.
with No Face. Sorry, it's called No Face.
Is he the
Wonderful. And my wife, as I think I've mentioned before, she's prone to anxiety and anxiety attacks like I have been massively in the past. And they are the things that she puts on when she's massively anxious, because the artwork and the music and even the voices like helps her. And I can see why. It like I could fall asleep to them as well. They're so beautifully drawn. And then watching her put that game, because I bought a game for Christmas, recommended by this show. Recommended by Mid, and you said, and I was like, "Fuck, I've got to get it for her because she'll love it." And she's been playing it, and yeah, I've watched some of it. It looks lovely, and it's because it looks old and new at the same time.
Yeah, it's very distinctive game, isn't it? Very, when you see it, you know exactly what it is. Funnily enough, my mum loves this game.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's
your mum
cool.
plays more JRPGs than anyone else on the planet. That's what she does.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Is she really?
Yeah,
She loves her games.
she's a big gamer. Yeah,
Wow,
Um,
I'd love my parents to be into gaming.
we're gonna get her on stream at some point. Like, we'll get her live on Twitch.
They
Watch our
don't know
viewing
what
figures go through the roof.
they don't know what they're missing, do they? Like it's sad, but like we probably don't know what we're missing by not going on, I don't know, Grinder or something. Like what the youth beneath you have done. I'm still trying to get my dad on the Oculus, the virtual reality machine. I've had it for 2 years. He's like, yeah, I really want to go, but maybe not now. I'm like, I want to see you in this fucking machine.
Is that not potentially an injury waiting to happen? Though? Like, I go, oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Like, I might have to move him in my house if they break a hip. It's too
No,
much risk
he's
for
not.
me.
My dad's not that old. I was just going to put a bit of porn on and watch him go.
To remind you of the old days.
Oh dear.
Yeah, my mum sat there going, "What are you doing, Jim? Don't worry, Di. Don't worry. I'm fine."
Oh,
Yes,
my number two.
My father is Scottish.
My number two is, got a brief mention earlier, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales, because I didn't start it until February. So thankfully, I started in February and it came out tail end of last year. No, 2020, didn't it? Yeah. Well, when the PS5 released.
Yeah.
And as Jimmy, well, you both played it, haven't you, boys? It's a great game. It's for me, it improved on Spider-Man in the sense that it was a more refined game. It's more kind of focused. Spider-Man had lots more kind of side bollocks that you had to go and do. Like just the odd like web swinging race around New York, or chasing pigeons and stuff like this. But and these awful stealth missions featuring Mary Jane, and I think there was a couple of Miles ones, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So Miles Morales stripped away all of that fluff, and to some degree, it felt like an expansion of Spider-Man, but in the best possible way, because it kind of got rid of all the fluff, and that's why I enjoyed it a lot more. And I enjoy Spider-Man a hell of a lot, but this was a more refined, better experience for me, and really showcased what the PS5 can do, because it looks beautiful, set in a New York at Christmas time. It's fantastic. Great soundtrack as well.
I think the thing that knocked my socks off about it was that you're right, Stuart. Effectively, you could say it's pretty much the same game, isn't it? Like, but it's Miles. Like, I felt like I was playing a different character, even though to a degree I knew I was doing some of the same things, different storyline, albeit, but every time I swung around the streets with him, and partially I think it was because of the streets he was swinging in, the soundtrack and things like that. But it just amazed me how I felt like I was having a different experience, even when I was doing catching a pigeon like I'd done in the other game. But it just felt, it's so amazing. And when I finally started playing it, I thought, why the bollocks did I wait a year or over a year to play this? And I loved it. I'm with you.
Yeah, I was playing it. My wife's like, "Come on, play the game," because I'll get a game and I'll sit with it for months and months. Even I haven't got a cupboard, but I will sit with it.
Metaphorical cupboard.
Dude, treat yourself to a cupboard, honestly.
And sometimes I'm knackered. I put the kids to bed and I just come down like I just want to. I don't want to. I can't.
100 will do that.
100 kids, put them to bed will do it. But with this, I was like, no, I want to, and I was excited from the start, man. Like, as you say, the soundtrack's great, and you're walking along with headphones, and the music's loud, and you take the headphones off, and the music goes quiet, and you walk into a shop, and also what I love is all the little cutscenes in the fight are seamlessly, put into your fight as well. And what I really like, I don't know if this has been on the other games, is how hard even the general people are that you've got to fight are to beat. I've got killed a lot of times by the people. Like, they're not easy to beat, and I like that. I don't want an easy ride. I want to fucking feel like I've achieved something and take a few times to beat 10 people in a. In a warehouse. But no, I agree, and it looks beautiful, and the swinging, I love the way the way he moves as well, and how you can do little stunts and
even like on a generic swing, you see the way that like his legs are animating. You go, you could have not bothered. You could have just had his legs like hanging under him, but just extra little touches like that was just wowing me all the way through.
You never slow down either, and I love that, because one of my favorite games, as I said before, was Spider-Man 2 on the PS2, I think it was. But you swing into a building, you stop and you stick to it, and then you got to start going up. With this one, you can you run round it, you shoot up it when you hit a building. Yeah, you don't slow down, you just keep on going. It's lovely. I'm really like.
The nice thing about it as well, Jimmy, you said about like that going kind of in and out the cutscenes in the fights and things, and that's something that is so much even better in this one, isn't it? It kind of that PS5 power of being able to get you from this to that without having load times or like everything freezing for a couple of seconds while it kicks in. I think it really does showcase it very, very well. A beautiful game.
Is it worth me throwing down for a PS5 for it?
Yes. Yeah.
See, I'd say no.
It's the only game that I want to play on the PS5 at the minute.
It probably would still look quite nice on the PS4, to be fair.
It's more so like I love it, but that's a very expensive way. If that's the only thing you're throwing your money down for, it's a very expensive way to play that game. But I mean, and again, it is brilliant. I mean, it is much shorter experience, isn't it, Stu? Like, to a degree, I would say that in another universe, it could have been an expansion, but I think it's better than an expansion. I do, But yeah, I'd be hard pressed to say, go and spend 450 quid for that game. But there are other games to play. But yeah, don't buy it for that alone.
I was going to say, at the moment, on the sort of going through what's out on the PS5, it's the only thing I want to play. But at some point, I do need to jump in with the PS5. So it's
wait until Jimmy has to put his 100 kids through university, and he'll sell you his for cheap.
I would have. We had to get a PS5 because my kid just kept seeing every game on YouTube that he wanted to play, and it was a PS game. It's like a PS game. I'm going, wife's like, we should get one. Oh, okay. And eventually, like the last thing we bought was the Xbox One, and that was, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago. So it's like, well, maybe we're due a new console. So yeah.
Right, we're going on to our gold standard picks now for our new to us category. Jimmy, what is your number one pick for your new to us piece of entertainment for 2021?
Well, I'm pretty sure I only started watching this year, but my new to me is Cobra Kai.
Good choice.
I'm pretty sure I hadn't seen it before. Like, we're on series 4's just come out on Netflix.
Yeah.
every episode blows me away. Like every episode blows me away. Cobra Kai, the continuation of the original first 3 Karate Kid movies. What blows me away about it is how good the acting is from some of the people still who haven't done a lot of acting. Specifically, Johnny, who's, I guess, the main guy, really. He's the main character, certainly in the first couple of seasons. And they do a really good job of bringing up the young kids, the sons and daughters of Danny LaRusso and Johnny and other kids at the school, and giving them all individual characters. But also, the best thing is keeping Danny and Johnny at the forefront of the show, because they are the stars. They are the stars. You look at things like Star Wars 7, 8, and 9, where Han and Luke and Leia get pushed to the back to bring up these new stars. Fine, bring these new people up. But they ruined Luke. They ruined Leia, because unfortunately things happen, but I probably could have ruined her anyway. And Han was okay. Whereas in this, they do what people want, which is keeping those stars at the front and then just bringing these young kids up as well. And you know, everyone's in it as well from the original films. They keep bringing these people back, and it doesn't hurt that they all still look pretty good and they can all still do karate fucking somehow. And they have all the 80s music, and it's like watching an 80s film. It's like it takes me back. Every episode takes me back to the 80s, which is, you know, I heard Quentin Tarantino talking about the 80s in movies the other day, saying how it was a real drop in films. I'm like, I love Tarantino, but are you fucking mad? Like, the 80s are the fucking best films of all time. And I can start describing what, like, the wife has been watching the latest series with me, not because she wanted to watch it, but she wanted to play a game on her Switch, and she wanted me just to watch something gentle in the background that wasn't pew, 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 pew. So I've been watching Cobra Kai, and something will come on, a character. Yeah. a character will come on, and I'll just start to describe where that character's been through the last few seasons. And this will sound tragic, but as I've said to you before, as I'm getting older, I'm getting worse here. I start to well up myself as I'm talking about where that character's journey has gone, where Hawk has been for his journey, where Nichols has been, what's going on with, you know, with Miguel's family. And I'm I'm, you know, I don't go to the tears because I don't want her to see me fucking welling up. But for me, it's so emotional. I wasn't even the biggest Karate Kid fan. Like, I liked the films. I thought they were good, but I wasn't the biggest fan. But I'm a fan of the 80s and fan of 80s films. And then watching these, you know, over these last 2 years or a year and a half or whatever it's been, as just takes me back. The music's brilliant, the acting's great. I don't know. They've just captured it so perfectly, and it's like watching 80s stuff. But yeah, I think it's amazing. It's arguably one of my favorite shows of all time. Look, it's not Breaking Bad, it's not The Wire, but as a show, like that just captures everything of the 80s and everything that was great about the 80s films. I think this is it. So that's why it's up there.
So, Jimmy, during season 1, did you find yourself thinking that Danny really was a dick even in the first film, from seeing it from Johnny's side?
Wonderful. Wonderful. How good is that?
Yeah.
How good was that?
The hero that you thought was in the original films actually was a dick.
Yeah.
And I haven't finished season 4 yet. I've got the last couple of episodes to watch because me and my missus watch it together. And yeah, we remember last year when season 3 went up, we did it all on New Year's Day because she had the day off and just slammed the whole season. And you're right, everyone from Hawk and Miguel, all the kids, all of them, all have their own stories and their own personalities and everything, but none of them overshine the constant bickering bromance that is Johnny and LaRusso.
Johnny and LaRusso, yeah.
And the soundtrack is just banging. I do have a sound. I have the Spotify playlist because someone has put like all the songs into a playlist, and that does get put on while working quite a bit.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
It's another amazing phenomenon, isn't it? Because I think if you'd have said to any of us 10, 15 years ago that at some point there would be a Karate Kid TV show, but the story years later, not like a kind of reboot, and it would gain great popularity, you'd have gone, nah. You know, like it might get a little bit, but also when it was released, it kind of got released on, what was it? Was it
YouTube?
YouTube.
It was on YouTube.
Wasn't it? Yeah. And kind of a platform that died. But somehow, even despite that, it's managed to find this second life and this amazing second life by being on Netflix. So, yeah, again, a real surprising phenomenon for me. Same thing as we said about Squid Game. Like, I don't really understand why, but like pat on the back to it for it happening. Like,
that's it. Yeah, I remember when it came, when I was seeing bits on YouTube, I was like, what? How weird. How cool. Like, that's cool. Nice seeing them back. Oh, no, that's good. And then I left it. And then some friends of mine who I don't hugely trust about TV said that I had seen it and it's great. I'm like, really? Oh, it's on Netflix. All right, I'll give it a go. First episode. I'm like, oh my fuck. This is fucking incredible. And just everyone, like everyone's back. Like they managed to get everyone back, which again is love. I don't think there's any recasting. Like, I mean, none of them have probably worked for 30 years, but still, it doesn't. That adds to it. That it's lovely to see them back in it. And Stu, have you watched it?
I have. Well, I've seen the first two series, and I was loving it, absolutely loving it. But again, other stuff got
life gets in the way.
Came to the front. Yeah, but
there's a bit. There's a bit in series 3. There's a bit in series 3 where something happens. And it happens all very slowly. And it's cheesy as fuck, which was what the 80s was all about, the cheesiness. And while this thing's happening that you want to see happen, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. And this thing's happening. And the music's playing. You're like, yes, I have. I have been waiting for this moment all my life. I didn't know I had, but I have been. It's incredible. I don't know. Like it every episode pulls at my heartstrings. I fucking love it. And every character's great. Everyone's fleshed out. And even in this series 4, a couple of the characters that weren't fleshed out are getting fleshed out. You're like, wonderful. Keep going.
And so nods up for season 4 for mentioning Exodus. And then the guy going, no, you were just playing some shitty Metallica. No, it was Exodus, Bounded by Blood. And I was like, yes.
Yeah,
it's weird. Fresh.
I stopped after season 1. Like I think I get about it, but it just wasn't for me. Like, it just didn't grab me the way it did other people. But it is one of them ones where I can see why people love it, though. You know, I can see what people get out of it. But yeah, I kind of went, yeah, okay, season 1, I'm not watching anymore. But yeah, I totally get why people have a lot of love for it.
It's nostalgia, isn't it? Nostalgia is huge at the moment.
Yeah, but it's nostalgia done really well. That's what it is.
You can see their love for the product, can't you? You can see that they love it. They're not just cashing in. They love what they saw before, and they're taking it on to its next step.
Yeah, because how can you cash it? You can't cash in on Karate. It's not like Star Wars, where it's like, that's got a massive name. People are going to fucking watch that. It's not like the Goonies 2, where loads of people go fucking in on that. It's Karate Kid, which was a bit of a like, it was good fun. Like, and then that's exactly it. What Sen said. The people making it love it.
Lacey, your number 1 pick for New to Us
is Bill Murray and Adam Driver's wonderful comedy zombie film, The Dead Don't Die. Random found on Netflix, literally just like, let's see. Me and the other half were like, let's see what horror films are on. And I was like, oh joy, Bill Murray zombie film. I'm in. I never knew I needed to see this film, but fuck me, I had to see it. Literally, as soon as it had finished, I'd gone on to Amazon and bought the Blu-ray That's how much I enjoyed it. It is, as of sort of, I went over it a few weeks ago, and obviously when we did it on the normal show.
Yes.
It is schlocky, sometimes breaking the third wall horror, but Bill Murray's just great in it. You've got Adam Driver that's just great in it. You know, Iggy Pop's there as a zombie, looking more alive as a zombie than he does normally. The RZA from Wu-Tang Clan just randomly turns up in it as well with the Wu PS. It is just tropey, just silly fun, and an hour and a half in and out. So much fun to watch.
Do you know, Lacey, this is this film I find very confusing in my mind because it's directed by Jim Jarmusch, who the last film I saw by Jim Jarmusch was Broken Flowers, which is like a really the most indie film you could ever imagine in your life, and doesn't for me doesn't quite sit right that you would then go on to do this kind of zombie horror, zombie comedy horror film. A Zomcom, Zomcom, whatever it is.
It is very of that sort of mid-thousands sort of zombie low-budget horror films with a comedy edge. It is very much in that Shaun of the Dead sort of vibes, but doesn't play it just for giggles in the way that Shaun of the Dead does. But it is one of those it's just fun, you know, it's switch your brain off and just giggle at it. And sometimes you just need that.
See, weirdly enough, I'd go opposite to that. I didn't think it was a switch your brain off. What you said there, Stu, this is Jim Jarmusch doing a zombie movie.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think that
intrigues me more.
The thing that interested me is what he wanted to do with zombies. And don't get me wrong, Chris, I really liked it as well. And it was off your recommendation that I watched it. And it kind of has some of the zombie trope stuff. It has some of the humour, but I think it's got some real kind of smart, subversive movie making stuff in there. I mean, they're not afraid to break the fourth wall in this movie, are they? They're not afraid to kind of go down some very different paths of storytelling. And dude, this is Murray. This is great Murray, you know, and we love Bill Murray on this show, don't we? But this is wonderful Bill Murray. I think he shines through in this. And I think it's and I would struggle to recommend it to many, because I think it will be very subversive, and I don't necessarily think it would be their thing. Like you said, Shaun of the Dead. I mean, Shaun of the Dead, I can see why it gets a mass audience. I think you show this to a lot of people and they go, huh? No, they would reject it because I think its quirky and indiness would put people off. But maybe the zombie-esque elements of it would retain them. But yeah, this is very weird, while still stepping in some very familiar territories, and I liked this a lot.
That intrigues me. Because he's a one of a kind of filmmaker. You know, he's very. I think you're watching a Jim Jarmusch film, and it just seems like a weird disconnect between the theme and who it is. But yeah, I'm intrigued now.
Unfortunately, though, it has been taken down off Netflix now.
No. It'll pop up somewhere else, won't it?
Yeah, I would imagine it will probably end up back on there at some point. But yeah,
they tend to cycle through, don't they?
They do,
because they usually put a lot of horror stuff on around Halloween, take it off for the beginning of the year, and then put it back on around sort of August, September time.
Who we got to use? Seddon, your number one pick for New Task.
Oh God, I forgot. I still had one in this. For me, I guess in the world of horror again. I guess for me it was Saint Maud. I think this movie did like some festivals in 2019, but I think it got its general release in 2020. British made, British written, British acted. I think like it didn't do much at the box office because it was never going to. But it was one of those movies that I kind of heard a lot about, and I was waiting for it to come onto a streaming service. Now, not Jimmy style. It wasn't that it was on streaming services, and I didn't realise. I've been waiting a long time, and then it dropped on there. I kind of want to skip through it quite quickly because I'm conscious of talking about it too much. Because I think one of the things I really loved about it is I'd seen the trailer, and the trailer made me go, "This looks like a harrowing psychological horror." And I think if I'd have known a lot more about it, it would have been less impactful. But I said earlier with things like The Maid and things like Palm Springs, the star turn, Maud, who is the main character, Saint Maud, she gets 90% of the camera time of this, and 90% of this is about her story and what she is going through. And I think it's really hard for someone to have that much screen time, and by the end of it, you're not going, get the fuck off my telly. Whereas she, and partially because of the story, but this captivates right the way through. And I said horror. One of the things that, if you watch the trailer, it sells it very much as a horror movie, and certainly probably a religious style horror movie. And one of the criticisms I could see people having with it is whether it was horror enough. Same sort of thing when Mother come out, which had a very horror-based trailer, and I think a lot of people walked away and went, well, what fucking horror movie was it? I think this does have real horror elements to it, but this is a really harrowing psychological drama about what can happen to someone when they go through a particularly bad experience, or, and this is my teaser, or when they directly communicate with God. But yeah, it's in my top 10 movies of all time already.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I loved it.
Yeah, it looks.
What's that on? Is that a?
I'll just check it. It was on stream. I think it was on Amazon. I'll just check whether it's still on there on Prime. But someone sing a song while I Google it.
Well, whilst you do that, I've got some late breaking news. It's not nothing particularly it's exciting, but Facebook user. Well, look at how smart you guys are tonight. That is Amanda. Amanda's watching.
Oh,
first view ever. Hello, Amanda.
Happy New Year, Amanda. Is she only watching to see when she can get back in that bedroom? This guy, they must be wrapping up soon.
We've
Amazon
still got another
Prime.
2. It's going to go long.
The rest of one will be quick. Amazon Prime, Jimmy, it's on there. So if you've got Prime, it's on there, free to watch at the moment. I love it. But again, it's right in my wheelhouse. So, but I think it's a movie that everyone should at least try and watch and see if you like it. And I think some will love it, some will go, no, not for me. But I think it's a great experience to get through.
Oh, check that on the list.
It's when our friend Kenny recommended it. It looked, I took a brief look at it. It looked really atmospheric, and how much does it play up to, the religious tropes and stuff like that? I mean, is it?
It's a big part of the story. I will say that. It's cool. I don't want to spoil too much, but a lot of it is about what is going on in this woman's head and what is real, and the harrowing experience that she goes through at the very least turns her on a religious path. And as the movie kind of progresses, you see what paths of religion she goes down, and yeah, I mean, it is a key thing. I think, I wouldn't let.
Is it like a critique of religion and religious values and stuff like that?
I would say yes, to a degree. I think it certainly touches on that, but I think more so it probably is about I think it's the psychological side of people dealing with trauma rather than a critique on religion in itself. But because there are characters in it, there are other characters, and I think those other characters are there to almost be that critical voice about religion, like mocking the fact that she believes and things like that. And but yeah, I think it toes both lines very, very well, and it builds up to an end, and then you get to the end, and yeah, for me, I got to the end and I went, fucking hell, I better watch that again straight away.
It sounds like it would almost be quite a good companion piece to my number one pick for my new to us, and that's the Babadook. Very much a film about this blew me away when I watched it earlier this year. I'd heard you guys kind of express how good it is, but I always go into these kind of things thinking, I know what we like. For example, I say every first episode of a TV show is the greatest episode of all time. Right?
We
I
love you for
know-
it, though.
I know what we may get overexcited for something, but this truly was something special. And it is a similar kind of horror film in that it's dealing with loss and grief, and kind of all those the manifestation almost of those dark feelings. And yeah, it's a horror movie with a lot of depth, and yeah, absolutely loved it. It's terrifying as hell, absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
But it also does have that. I think this is what the best horror films do. They have that kind of deeper meaning to them that we can also relate to. Death being one of those. It's kind of one of the universal fears, isn't it? And I think anything that kind of deals with that is always a winner with me, because it's a particular one of my fears, strangely enough, is which I'm sure we've discussed about on the show before. But yeah, Babadook, amazing. My number one pick.
In my top 5 horror movies of all time.
Oh,
we did
so
it.
good.
I
So
love
good.
it.
Really?
Weirdly enough, Stu, just as a bit of a tag team, because you said that, I think you'll love Saint Maud.
It sounds like I would.
I think if Babadook gets that, and of course there's always that kind of flavors, but like how the Babadook is, and again what a wonderful performance I think in that, but that's kind of set in like let's say a drearier world, isn't it? So like everything's a bit gloomier anyway. So horror comes in. Well, like Saint Maud is similar. That's got kind of based in a seaside town in Wales, and everything's always grey all the time, and you feel that kind of oppression coming in the story as well. And I think just great visual storytelling, but yeah, I think with this love of Babadook that you have, I think you'll love Saint Maud as well.
Yeah, certainly sounds like it, and I will add it to. What did we say that was on? I forget.
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. Thank you.
Do you know what's funny? I was reading through sort of some of the nominations earlier, and for some reason, I must have got confused. But I thought the Babadook was under Cunt of the Year, and I was like, "Oh,
he was a bit of a cunt." Though.
Interesting. I wonder what he did. I didn't hear a lot about him this year.
Okay. I'm conscious of the time, but I'm thinking maybe a change of tact with these, maybe in order. Do we want to do 3-2 quick fires and then more in depth on our number ones? How do we feel about that?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, and I don't think I'll linger long on any of these wrestling ones. I think these are a bit more kind of.
Okay. Right. Well, how about we all do our bronze and silver awards? I'll go through us. Jimmy, what was your bronze and silver for the Wrestling Pleasure, sponsored by the podcast?
Wrestling. So number 3 was CM Punk versus Eddie Kingston in their promo / pull apart. Punk, since he's joined AEW, I mean, him just coming back was obviously a massive thing. Eddie Kingston's incredible as a genuine, believable just character, and putting them together in a promo where there was obviously real history with them, with Punk saying he's not really a wrestler, he's not what we want here, when they were previously in
ROH together,
Ring of Honor, right? And Eddie's believability of just being a guy who just wants to fight.
That line, Jimmy, that line where Kingston just goes up to him and goes, "No one wants you here." They won't tell you that, but no one wants you here. And I went, do you know what? That's so fucking believable. And what a punch, what a gut punch that must have been. Like, because in another universe, that's true. But yeah, I just thought, what an amazing delivery on that line.
Yeah, it was fucking brilliant. Both of them were brilliant. It was the most realistic pull apart I've ever seen. You get them in WWE with Brock and Roman or whoever. But this was these two guys arguing with realistic stuff, which was semi-true. Yeah. And then them going for each other and realistic people pulling them apart, and their faces looked like they actually wanted to fight. And it was the most realistic wrestling angle I've seen in I don't know how long. And I'd showed, again, one of those things I always go back to. I'd show that to a non-wrestling fan and say,
Yeah.
look at that. Like, that's acting. That's people who look like they're going to fight. They want to fight. Check that shit out.
You drop that in the
yeah,
middle of
wonderful.
a movie and you go, that's great acting, wouldn't you? And I think
Yeah,
that's how good-
unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's my number 3.
And your silver,
Mm.
number 2.
My number 2 is Daniel Bryan's AEW heel run. Since I mean, again, WWE letting Bryan go, insanity. You know, they're just they're just getting rid of all of their aces. It's absolutely insane. He's gone to AEW, which is on a massive high. He's got such wonderful wrestlers he can fight against, and his heel work is so good. Like, he's such a good babyface, Daniel Bryan, but his heel work is he's still being himself. He's being like, I'm wonderful at what I do, and I'm going to kick the shit out of anyone who gets in the way of me and Hangman. And he even booted someone's teeth out. He booted out
Colt Cabana.
Colt Cabana's teeth, and he found the teeth. And he
But the
went up to
nice
the
thing
camera,
was,
he's
is he
like,
said it, didn't he? He said, I'm going to kick the teeth out of all of your friends. And then he does this amazing moment where he goes, there's his teeth.
his teeth actually came out. Like, realistically, they came out, right? And he went up to the camera. He's like, "See his teeth? I told you I was going to do this." And he's not being like a a sneaky heel or anything. He's just being, I don't know, kind of cocky, but he can be cocky because he's that good. It's wonderful. It's perfect. Bryan Danielson. Sorry.
The brilliant thing about that as well, Jimmy, is that people didn't want to boo him. Like, when he comes back, like, people love him. Like, people wanted to chant yes. And that's how good he is. That he managed to get that crowd to, and you know what? They'll cheer him again as soon as he turns face again, because I think they want to boo him because they realise how good he is, and they want to kind of do the thing that they know that he's trying to get across.
He wants them to boo, so they'll boo him because he wants them to boo him. Like, he's so good.
Yeah.
He's an actor. He's a wonderful fighter, and his fights are so good. They're so hard hitting. They're wonderful.
Yep.
So DB number 2.
Thank you, Jimmy. Lacey, your bronze and silver awards for Wrestling Pleasure go to.
My bronze has literally just changed.
Oh!
Because
nice.
Jimmy's just waxed lyrical on Bryan.
No, don't
Bryan
change it. Don't change it.
My number 3. So it's now the emergence of Danhausen.
Oh, good. Because I just saw that it said Danhausen. I thought you were bumping Danhausen.
No.
Because I also love Danhausen.
No, the fact that he's come out of literally nowhere and has taken over. So much so he has his own show on Slipknot's premium subscription service.
Wow.
He's broken into the metal world as well. It's just funny as fuck. He gets character, you know. And seeing the fact that he has broken his leg, can't wrestle, is still making so much stuff on YouTube and being on other people's stuff. The whole calling Billy Gunn's kids arse boys and that becoming a thing.
Where do people keep going?
I don't know. I keep getting booted every now and again. Sorry.
Danhausen, just for how he has just embraced being a character on the indie show and shows what you can do without having any real build behind you or anything behind you, and you just believe in the character you're doing.
And people want to sign him now, don't they?
Yeah.
And as you say, so much of this is built from, like, obviously the act he does on the indies, but building that reputation on YouTube and Twitter and using, like, all of these mediums and being funny, being, like, really, really compelling. But yeah, hats off to him for making himself.
I love wrestlers that do that. Like, I think Matt Cardona's doing a lot of that at the moment, isn't he? He's just getting his name out there as much as he can. You know, with his own momentum and using his own promotion and stuff. It's just
back when he was in WWE, he probably would have been a jobber for life. But again, he did it then, didn't he? He kind of promoted himself on YouTube. And if anything, unfortunately, I think which weirdly some of the powers that be didn't like the fact that he got himself over, but
Yeah.
he got himself over, and great, like he put that extra work in to get people to like him or to be invested in him.
Well, that's madness, isn't it? WWE didn't like him getting over because it's not what they were doing with him.
Yeah.
Whereas Danhausen, a smart company like AEW or well, it was a shame what happened with Ring of Honor, but will use that as to their advantage and use it for sales in merchandise and
But it's the thing,
pushing him,
Danhausen was the top. I think he was the number one selling on Pro Wrestling Tees last year.
Yeah.
For a guy
Was he
that's
really? Wow.
Yeah.
only has never been on normal TV, because at that point the Ring of Honor show wasn't on TV, so it was only off YouTube views of the Ring of Honor show.
Wow.
And where did he get banned from? Was it Hot Topic? Did he go in and try and steal one of his own T-shirts?
Yeah.
And they banned him from Hot Topic for trying to steal one of his own T-shirts. He filmed himself doing it.
Yeah.
For anyone who kind of watched wrestling this year who kind of don't know about him and want to, he did an amazing video at New Year's because his contract with Ring of Honor run out, and we saw those lovely vignettes this year of WWE wrestlers when they were released doing that whole big prison thing. And so he does his own version and he's just in someone's backyard and he goes, "Yes, time for my release." And the guy goes, "Well, you could have opened this gate at any time. It's just a gate." And then he just walks out, and he just gets that kind of smarky kind of like speaking to like us of going, yeah, I know it's not real, but actually it can be fun. Da, 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 da. I think he's a legend.
I'm there, yeah.
And my number two, the return that none of us really ever thought we were going to get. CM Punk being back. Just,
I thought he was going to say the Great Khali.
The return we all want.
Just Punk, since he's been back, it doesn't look like he's missed a step in his matches. Every match he's had has been great. Him coming out, he cuts the most believable promos, and everything that he says, you then want to see him act on. The ones with Kingston, the ones with MJF, the whole him and Darby when he first came in going, I want to challenge myself against, these great up-and-comers. He doesn't need the belt. He has brought so many lapsed fans back to then come and watch AEW because they're fucking sick of the Fed and the shit that they toss out. And it's great for AEW and it's great for wrestling in general to have Punk.
Just made me think, Chris, the only good thing that the WWE releases is the talent. Like,
yeah.
Shows ain't any good.
Yep.
Bravo.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I like it.
The only thing, Chris, I want from AEW is I want a big show. I want a WrestleMania style show put on well, because that's the only thing that takes me back to WWE. Because I know, Sed, you don't, you're completely done with WWE, and we talk about this.
Yeah, man. I'm not even going to watch the Rumble this year. Like, that's how done I am with it. I'm not even.
Wow.
And I ain't watching Mania either.
But that's the thing. And you're saying that because they're the last things that were potentially holding you in. They're still holding me in. Like, I will watch the Rumble. I will watch Mania. So, and certainly the Rumble, because the Rumble's so unique. But I desperately want AEW to get there and do those things, because there's something about having 50,000 people, 90,000 people cheer for the wrestlers that just makes you more in there. Do you know what I mean? I know, like, for a fan like me who's probably half and half, like, yeah, I love all the indie stuff, but yes, I love the pomp and circumstance. So I want it to get bigger. I think they could do a WrestleMania style event. I think they'd get the crowd. I think they would, especially with having Punk, and Bryan, and if they get Bray, and I want to see that in AEW. I want to see the big event.
It's probably going to take a while to get there, though, isn't it? I mean, it is still only a 2-year-old company, and I think that's got contextually. I think that kind of, and I think you're seeing kind of that that progression, and hopefully it carries on. But yeah, I think they're probably a while away from having a Mania level.
We might
attendance.
get a Craven Cottage full for an outside show, but
Yeah.
because there's obviously that rumor that they're going to be coming over when
And
it
I'm
is
I'm
doable.
definitely going to try and get tickets. Like
Yeah.
I've stayed in my house for 2 years. Like fuck it, I'll take COVID. Mate, I'm joking, but no, I would go to that. Like,
But I just think they deserve it. It's like when you see Mania and the the fireworks all go off, and then you see Double or Nothing and you get the and I'm like, this deserves more. Like they all deserve more. They deserve to be as big as WWE at the moment. AEW, like it deserves it, and I want another investor to come in or just chuck a lot of fucking money at it and get it, give it the gravitas it deserves. I know it's brilliant already, but I love the gravitas as well, and I want that. I want that in there.
The problem is in the state where the world is at the moment, when the Fed can't sell out Mania in a football stadium, it ain't gonna happen for AEW.
Yeah, but they get enough. Yeah, but America don't give a shit about COVID. They're fucking morons. They don't care. They're all fucking just going. Yeah, I'm wearing my mask. Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine.
can't wait.
Like they don't give a fucking shit.
You
Americans, they don't.
You can't
know
catch
what they're doing.
COVID if you're wearing a Hustle, Loyalty and Respect t-shirt. It's official.
Yeah, they don't care, man. Get an event going on in America, far away from us. I don't give a shit. Put them out there.
Yeah, was that? Oh yeah, that was your number 2, weren't Lacey? CM Punk.
Yes.
Rather off tangent. That's
Sorry.
that's fine. That's good. It's all good.
That's
Going
Sedan.
until midnight.
Bronze
and silver.
Bronze for me. It's kind of I picked a particular match, but I think it's more the moment, and it is the unsanctioned lights out match, Thunder Rosa against Britt Baker from March, and the reason why it made my bronze is this was one of those moments in wrestling where you see someone who is popular go from being popular and a star to a superstar, megastar within the sport, and done in such a way as she even lost the match, but you get that visual of her covered in blood, and you go, the fans they really started to get behind you as a villain, and now they're fucking rabid for you, and you will be the champ, and you will be one of the faces of this company for as long as you want to be based off of this. And I think that's some of the times when wrestling is at its most amazing for me, when you see these creative people put their body through a lot of rack and ruin to get there, but to have that kind of payoff moment. And bearing in mind, for a long time before that, she'd been injured. She hadn't really been able to do a lot in the ring, and she managed to get herself over. But this was the kind of in-ring moment where you went, wow, they've done it. She's done it. And, of course, hats off to Thunder Rosa as well, who was in the match and made it brilliant. But just an amazing wrestling moment for me.
Isn't it amazing that old saying? I think Booker T says that he got from somewhere else that red brings green.
Yeah.
Like, yes, too much blood is a bad thing. But nowadays, when you see it, and especially in women's matches, I fucking love it. When women are going that hard, because sometimes the women matches look a little bit, sometimes the men's match as well, but sometimes women matches look a bit soft. But when they look like they're actually going for it, I love it. There's nothing better. And when a woman's that's what made Becky Lynch, right? When Nia Jax accidentally bust her nose open.
I mean, she was getting very popular, wasn't it? But that pushed her to super mega star, didn't it? And I think that was her moment. And this was Britt's version of that, and I love it. And probably unsurprisingly for my silver, I'm in AEW land again, and it was I'm cheating a bit here. It was the end of All Out, because I don't know which bit I loved more. The Bryan Danielson coming out, which we've talked about how great he is, but I think sneakily, the bit I loved more was Adam Cole, baby. When that music hit and you saw his name, and I was watching it live, and I don't get this very often in life anymore because we know wrestling's scripted, and it is. I don't think we get that surprise and that sort of thing, but the name flashes up. And just amazing, absolutely wonderful, just knocked my socks off. And then again, you get Bryan Danielson about 3 minutes later, and you just go, wow, this company's established themselves as
in one
as
night.
a true contender here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like the that wrestling meme where Vince is in his chair. And he goes through
Yes, yeah.
various stages of excitement. It's like boom, 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 boom. When it like just kind of hit after hit after hit. Yeah.
And of course, sorry, just very quickly, one of the reasons why I probably like the Adam Cole bit as well is that he got a hero's reaction. The crowd loved him, and he went full shitbag Adam Cole within seconds and joined up with the greatest tag team of all time.
What?
They're not. I say that to annoy
Oh,
Lacey.
right.
Yeah.
My bronze and silver. Now,
John was out.
a bit of content. I mean, I haven't watched a lot of wrestling this year. It's fair to say, but what I have watched has been NWA, and I missed it when it went away because of COVID. And my bronze moment of the year is when Back for the Attack happens, and Power returns, albeit with a strange business model, which has been reversed. I hasten to add, as of this week. So, yeah, it's just nice to kind of get them back. My preferred promotion back, and to kind of start watching wrestling again, because I do like wrestling. It's just, I don't know, I've kind of been a bit of a nomad trying to find something that appeals to me, and when I found it, it went away, so that was quite sad, but it's back now, and hopefully it can go from strength to strength. So that's my number 3. My number 2, not necessarily because it affected me, but because what it meant to other people really is the return of CM Punk. That was a huge moment, wasn't it? That is one of those zeitgeist wrestling moments. Him returning to the wrestling world, and yeah, it was huge. And I think it feels like it brought a lot of people back into wrestling.
I bet
think
it
so,
did.
Yeah.
And that's all good, isn't it? I think the more people watching it, the better it all becomes for most of us. I won't say all of us, because obviously there's a company that's not doing particularly well.
It's doing
by
very well
their talent.
financially. It's doing very well financially.
Well, yeah,
isn't it?
but
Yeah.
not so much by its talent. But yeah, those are my 2 moments. There we go.
Gold medal, Jimmy.
Gold medal. My gold medal. My stiffy goes to Walter versus Ivan Dragunov, match number 2, which was this year, obviously, and it goes along with their match number 1. I've never seen a wrestling match like it. Their second and first match. I know there's hard hitting matches. I know some of the Japanese matches are very hard hitting. And Daniel Bryan had a fucking corker with was it Kazuki?
Yes, Suzuki. Minoru
Suzuki this year. Yeah. But Walter versus Dragunov, my God, it just looked like a fight. Again, and I'll say it again, it's one of those things that I could sit down one of my pals who thinks wrestling's a lot of shit and go, check this out. And it was like, I think I've said it on the podcast before. I went down to Newquay on a flight, and I was on a stag do, and I was with my friend Lee, who doesn't watch wrestling. I said, watch this. And it was Sami Zayn versus Shinsuke Nakamura, NXT. And he was like, oh shit, this isn't like the wrestling I've seen before. I'm like, no, it's fucking good. And this was another step up where you could show people that this was a fight. It was a fight. Yes, the ending was, yes, there was some choreography and the ending was predetermined. But my God, the violence, the athleticism, the willingness for you and your partner to just go to town was, for me, amazing. I loved it. I was excited about seeing the match. Walter versus anyone is usually good, but Dragunov seems like a crazy man.
I did somewhere along the line, I decided to, and this is going back sort of 2 or 3 years ago now. I subscribed to Progress, which was one of the British wrestling ones, and I'd seen a few clips on YouTube, and they run a few shows for free on YouTube, and it's got a lot of Walter on there, and it has Dragunov coming through. And I know they do a lot of stuff in WXW in Germany as well, so I'd seen a lot of Walter stuff beforehand, and his stuff is amazing. This guy can get a brilliant match out of anyone, and luckily in a lot of that British wrestling scene, he is fighting good people as well. But I'm with you. This match was great to see it done on that stage. And I wish it was a Mania match more than anything. Like I wish it kind of got to that level. And it's just such. But I just don't get the feeling it will ever happen because they are kind of. I know they're NXT UK, but they're not really who they're going for. But you often say about the polish, and this had so much more polish than when I'd seen it on Progress or any of the UK indies. That it was nice to see them get a grander stage. But yeah, I think it's an amazing match as well.
That was it. The only reason it was better than the first one was because there was an audience.
I was going to say, Volta Ilyov 1 was my match of the year before because that was proper hard hitting, big lads battering the shit out of each other. But having the audience there just made that more because there was the reactions to what was happening. Whereas obviously, I think the first one there were probably some harder hits and some bigger drops on some of the throws and stuff. But because it's in an empty room and it just the sound just echoes, having just that audience reaction to it just makes two the slightly better one of the two matches. But it's my match of the year.
Isn't it interesting as well? Like there's two guys there. I don't know if I've ever heard either of them do a promo. I don't think I have, to be honest. But I don't need to. I can see Walter stood there with Imperium, and that does everything that I need. With the guys in their tracksuits just looking terrifying. How doesn't the WWE see what they've got? How do they not? And I know Walter doesn't want to wrestle in the US. I know he wants to be in Europe. That's what, as I understand it. Yeah. But surely, if you give him enough money to say, we'll fly you out once every couple of months to come and do a Raw and build you up, Jimmy, how is that not a no-brainer?
Imagine him against Brock, and they actually and Brock's willing, like Brock wants to, and they let them two have a match where they go at each other. I mean, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? I'm with you. I mean, there's so many people, we go back to the releases and stuff like that, but there's so many people that it's just such a shame that they can't see what a lot of the audience can see in these people. But yeah, he's one who I would, as much as he loves living in Europe, I'd be chucking every penny I had to go, come on, mate, just do me a year's run over here. And because I think we can make real good money out of this and tell a really good story.
We'll fly out once every couple of weeks. Fly you out, do the shop, fly you home. It's 2 days a fucking week, Yeah. He's absolutely incredible. And it's insane that they don't see that, but maybe they just don't give a shit. Maybe they're making enough money. Who cares?
Yeah, I think that's the truth. Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
But
blood money doesn't matter.
But my God, what a match! It was intense. Like, it was exciting to watch. That's my number one.
Thank you, Jimmy. Lacey, your gold standard pick for Wrestling Pleasure of the Year.
MJF, Maxwell, Jacob, Freeman, the best heel in wrestling today. He has had, maybe 6-7 matches all year? Doesn't matter. Just give the boy a fucking mic and he will make you money. Building feuds that you want to see people kick his fucking teeth in. And he has been amazing all year. The favourites ones, like the one with Flying Brian Jr. Just
everyone loves it. Could have a pop at someone's mum and sisters and stuff like that.
And you should have been swallowed. And it was just he's such a throwback to when heels were cunts in the 80s.
I hate him.
Yeah.
But that's amazing because he makes you hate him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I love him.
I love him because I always love a heel, but
you love to hate him.
I can see why he is so hated by the majority of people. So much so that his parents turn up at shows with signs saying, I wish I would have swallowed him.
I want to see him on telly every week because I want to see him get hurt. That's the love I have for it. Like, he is that heel where I go, I want to see people destroy him. However, you said it, Chris. 6 or 7 times he's been in the ring this year, and I think one of the genius things they do with him is he is actually really good in ring.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I think they
he's
keep
great.
him out of the ring because obviously we like the people who are good in ring, and where they want us to hate him, so they keep him out of the ring to almost make us think, what a snivelling heel, he can't do it in the ring. But yeah, he's actually really good wrestler as well. He's got the lot. The guy's a superstar forever now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or for as long as he wants to be, I guess.
And the whole him bigging up the bidding war of 2024.
Yeah.
Though
Yeah.
you just know that if he went to Vince wouldn't have a fucking clue what to do with him.
Or who he is.
Yeah.
He'd,
Oh yeah, he wouldn't know who he is at all. Drew, you're right.
He'd get him to be
Wouldn't
the
know.
manager for Keith Lee. Like,
Yeah.
they're gonna do
Oh
Come on.
yeah, he'd think he was the Miz, wouldn't he? He'd
Oh,
go,
yeah,
Mike,
yeah.
Mike, come in here. I've got an egg.
Yeah.
Mike, I want to show you this egg.
Yes.
It's crazy, but it's true. No.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm with you there, Chris.
MJF wins Chris's award. Stiffy. Seddon, your number 1 pick.
And so it feels a bit of a shame that like it's not a match of the year, but I think it's a bit of a testament to the year that we've had. There's been so many moments, so many returns. But for me, and I know you guys had it lower down, but 7 years ago, my favourite wrestler left the wrestling business, and I never thought I'd see him again. And I was annoyed. I was annoyed like at how he'd been forced, and I say forced, how someone who clearly had loved it so much for so long had turned into something he hated. And I never, ever, ever, ever honestly thought we'd see him again. I know people always say never say never. I thought it was never. And then we started to hear the rumours. And even then I was a bit like, well, I don't see it. I don't see it. And then I sat there that night and Dynamite started and the crowd started chanting. Then the music hits. And even at that point, I must admit, there was still a bit of me that goes, don't you fucking swerve me because I will be annoyed. And then he come
MJF
out.
should have come out.
Yeah, well, again, I think fast forward a couple of months and I think it probably would have been that. But and then he returned and do you know what? I loved it. And regardless of what he does, I think there was it's my gold star kind of moment and it will stay with me for a long time because it just meant a lot to me because it was nice to see him. And when I heard him speak, it was really nice to hear him talk about how he'd lost his love, but that how already just with these baby steps he's started to find his love again. And I think we've all got a bit of affinity with that, haven't we? I mean, even when we talk about wrestling, we've all fallen in and out of love of watching wrestling in our lives and in and out of love with companies and things like that. But yeah, the most jaded person against the sport I think there was. To see him find that love again was just special for me. And yeah, and the fact that I spent about 5 hours afterwards in a fucking queue to get the T-shirt, I think says everything about how much it meant for me.
Yeah, that was my highlight. Seddon trying to get a T-shirt.
Yeah.
And then the 17-week wait to get it.
Yeah. It was coming from Spain, but it was on the back of a donkey from Spain.
Lovely. My number 1 moment is NWA 73 and Trevor Murdoch's NWA title win over Nick Aldis. The culmination of just some of the simplest, purest kind of wrestling storytelling I've experienced in quite a while. There was just there was no fluff and bullshit about it. It was just, an everyman against the cocky heel in Aldis, Murdoch the everyman, and just kind of a clash of styles and a clash of kind of, as I said to you, Seddon, during the week, that it ultimately was a class war. It was just a really kind of pure story that culminated in NWA 73. And that moment where Trev won the title, and for a guy that kind of was just thrown onto an episode of Power one week, given I don't know the backstory behind his deal that he got, but it felt like he was just given like one last chance, but just another chance to try and impress and get himself a deal with someone. And people took to him, and he just kind of ran with it. And Billy Corgan gave him a chance, and it's just a lovely story arc, and that's what wrestling is sometimes about, isn't it? It's about telling stories.
Yeah.
And when I've ridden the wave of wrestling over the years, and particularly through the last couple of years, just with my interest peaking and going into troughs and just not being interested in it. But when wrestling does a story and it does a story well, that's when that's when the love comes back. And
Did you get emotional, Stu?
I did. Yeah, I shed a tear when he hugged his boy at the end with the belt, and his boys kind of in the ring with him.
You sure it's his boy? Takes on a very sinister turn, doesn't it? If it's not,
yeah.
You just talking about that, just those things that happen where it's done well and it's right, and the emotional point of it just took me back to Bianca Belair winning the belt off of Banks at Mania. I forgot about that. Yeah. Until you spoke about that, I forgot about that. And I watched that in the lounge, and my wife was playing her games or whatever, and I said, check this out. Because she's moaned a lot about the women wrestlers in the past. She's like, "What?" I'm like, "This is a big fucking deal." And I'm like, "Well, for a start, it's two women of color in the main event of WrestleMania. Like, that's a massive fucking deal." I said, "Look, Belair's going to win it, and it's going to be good because I watched Belair win the Rumble, and I saw how real her emotions were when she won the Rumble. It's interesting, that, isn't it? Even though it's predetermined." Still doesn't sink into them till they win it and when they're stood there. And when Belair won that belt, you could see that all her emotions were real. Everything she's worked for, the years. And the same with you, Stu. I mean, he's probably, 3 times as old as Bianca Belair, right? Everything he's worked for to get there. And it's very emotional when you actually see someone who genuinely cares about... Cody Rhodes recently described it as like when an actor wins an Oscar. Yeah. I think it's better than that because they've got to work a lot harder than a fucking actor. They've got so many obstacles and they've got to do so much stuff physically, And I could understand. You can see when it's understandable. I think when people get emotional when shit happens like that. And I was emotional when Belair won. I could see how much it meant to her.
We love the matches. Oh, sorry, Chris. Go.
To say with like Big Trev, you think I can remember him being back in the Fed with Lance Cade.
Yeah.
In a no-nonsense throwback tag team, him then getting released and thinking he's not going to end up anywhere because he's too throwback for his own good. And then to see him sort of still be who he was back then as the throwback 80s wrestler that he is, finally getting his moment, is one of those of like, even if the mega big thinks you're shit and has nothing for you, you can come out of it.
Can carve out that niche, can't you? That you can find your audience, and your audience will find you. We said about wrestling. I mean, like you said earlier, Jimmy, when you were talking about the Walter Dragunov match. I think a lot of the compelling part of wrestling is being there for the matches and these athletes doing these athletic things. But let's be honest, sometimes reductively we say like wrestling is panto for like men and stuff like that. But actually, I think the truth of it is when it's at its best, it's when it's telling stories like you're describing there, Stu. And I think not every story is for every person, like every TV show and every film isn't, but if a story can get its hooks into you, and the wrestlers and actors in this case are compelling enough to get you to give a shit, then bravo, job done, isn't it? Like really well done to the performers at that point.
Yeah, doesn't matter if it's a budget film or a big Hollywood blockbuster. If they do the job, they do the job.
Yeah,
yeah. And I think just to end, I think that is probably where I fall out of love with WWE. Is just the stories aren't very good.
Yeah.
Well, they just aren't stories. They feels like they just go from week to week, just like making things up and just throwing shit on the wall.
And then have a rematch of that same shit on the wall.
Yeah.
5 weeks in a row. Yeah.
God, I had to fast forward the Usos versus the New Day at day one. I just couldn't watch them fight again. Even though I know it'd be a good fight, I've seen it so many times. I couldn't watch it again. I just couldn't.
I feel like for any non-wrestling fans, though, I think they should Google Big Trev Murdoch because I think he would get the award for sexiest stiffy winner ever. I think
it certainly gives me one.
Yeah.
I love Big Chad, and he's perfect for the NWA. You know, it's a match made in heaven. It really is. Yeah. Anyway, right. Let's move on
Big
to our
one.
final award of the year. It is our cunt of the year. The award that we like to give out to kind of, well, the biggest cunt we can think of, to be honest with you, but someone who symbolises everything that's bad about the past year, who you would look upon and think that's a right cunt, to be honest. How do we how do we want to do this? Do we just want to do our
I'm not
top
sure.
picks?
I think ping through 2 and 3 and then
Yeah,
go
quick
out on-
hits on them. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Jimmy,
yeah,
your
I'll ping
bronze and silver.
yeah. I'll ping for a bronze cunt of the year. I've given to Katie Hopkins. It doesn't matter what year it
Solid
is.
choice.
Yeah.
She's just awful.
Yeah.
She's awful. I was watching an interview of her. I don't know if it was recent. It was on YouTube with Ian Hislop, and he's just she tries to say that she represents a lot of people in the country, and it's true in a way, but they're not the right people. they're not the people that understand people's plights or the world or anything. So she represents. It's hard to say, but fucking morons. So, yeah. So she's my bronze. She's awful.
I was going to say, Jimmy, when I heard you say her name, I thought, God, this is miraculous that there's 3 people I think that are worse than her, because she is horrible, isn't she? You are absolutely
She's
spot on.
really horrible.
Yeah.
She's
I
so
think it's more
horrible.
the case of because she's not now in the public eye as much because everyone's sort of shut her down. That she's not being forced as much down our necks with her cuntiness.
What a contemptible
Yes,
human being. What a waste of oxygen. Oh,
Well, just the fact they keep rolling around on TV, they're the issue. If people didn't roll her out on TV, no one would care. But they roll her out onto This Morning and shit like that because it gets ratings. That's the fucking problem.
Just
So
wanna say,
actually, it should
Stu-
be Pip Schofield.
See, where you put that banner makes it look like you've got to decide between the 4 of us.
Well, I didn't like how it was predominantly over Jimmy, to be honest with you.
Oh,
It
good
looked like
point.
I was
Good
labelling
point.
him.
Yeah, good point. I can see that now. Yeah.
I thought, well, the fairest thing to do is
Okay.
just put it between all of us. So,
And my silver goes to someone else's gold. So I probably won't mention my silver.
Okay.
I'll leave that to next to
he's a
someone else.
popular boy, that one. Lacey, your bronze and silver, please.
Bronze is the Portuguese super cunt Cristiano Ronaldo, who has
I want that on a
his-
t-shirt. I want that t-shirt.
has brought his scummy diving wankeriness back to the Premier League, and hopefully someone can break his fucking legs and we can get rid of the cunt. And then my number 2 is Vincent Cunty McMahon, who
K stands for.
has just been an absolute cunt to all of his employees whilst making Saudi blood money and killing the only thing that was worth watching in his company in killing NXT. Fuck you, Vince. You utter cunt.
Successful year for him.
I agree. Terrible, but I agree. I love Vince McMahon, but he is a fucking cunt.
Oh, I love this segment. I love this award. Sedan, your bronze and silver.
I don't think I'm going to get a lot of support on my bronze, but it's a very personal one to me. My bronze is Rafa Benitez. I've always hated him. He's always been a cunt. He was contemptible when he managed Liverpool. He's been contemptible in every job he's done since then. And then some fucking idiot at the football club I love, the thing I love the most in the world, decided to give this prick a job. And do you know what? He come in, won a couple of games, started to be all smuggy, cunty, like he's always been wherever he's been. And look at us now, relegation form. This man is destroying the thing I love the most, and he will continue to destroy it. I often say waste of oxygen about people, and I know this is personal to me, but if I had one bullet in a gun right now and I could only kill one person, as much as I think there are bigger cunts in the world, I would shoot this prick just to get him out
Wow.
of my life. And
So isn't this the people that hire Rafa the problem?
they're also a problem, but I think Rafa needs to be taken
Don't
out
know their
first.
names.
Mashiri is the
Oh.
one who hired him, and he needs to get a bullet as well. But I just think he was misled. He didn't understand, but he'll learn when he finds
When you kill him.
when I kill Rafa in front of him, he'll learn. Don't do that again. So yeah, Rafa Benitez is my number 3. And my number 2, I share exactly the same sentiment with Lacey. For me, it was Vince McMahon. I know you could probably throw a lot of blame at Nick Khan, who I think is the man who's been brought in, and I think he actually probably does a lot of this bad stuff. But such a horrible thing to do in the world that we live in, to release so many talented people. And again, there's other things I don't like about him, but that was what really put him in this. And use the excuse budget cuts. Have the bottle to say, I want to make more money. Or I don't want to use you because you're not a talent I like. Be honest. But yeah, just to bin so many people off at a time when they've made more money than they've ever made before, including, as you say, Chris, Saudi blood money, and do it under the guise of budget cuts. What a cunt.
Mine seem quite tame in comparison. My bronze award goes to Piers Corbyn, the cuntier brother of the Corbyn family. Not Baron, that's Piers. He seems to just randomly pop up at like anti-vax events, and just like everything he preaches is just bullshit. It just gets on my tits. So Piers Corbyn's number 3. Number 2, perennial pick, James Corden.
That's a good shout, man. Good shout.
Yeah,
He is a fat, jammy cunt.
He for me is in like Katie Hopkins level. Like he fits in. Like there's a kind of a big bowl of them out there, isn't there? Where you go, you could pick any of them out, and you'd hate being in a room with any of them. But yeah, I think that's a damn good shout, Stu.
Guys, can you just give me 30 seconds? Stop
Yeah,
it. Carry on talking about James Corden. I just need to carry a child to his bed.
Of course, I've got
Talking about
more
James
ammo.
Good. There's a wonderful thing with Stuart Lee on YouTube, which I'll talk about Corden. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. So
Carpool fucking karaoke. That's one of his things.
the thing for me that
Fucking
pushed him over the
die.
edge this year was, did you see the video of him when traffic was stopped in LA or something? I think it was to promote one of the many bullshit films that he was in. Cinderella, I think. You know, the Amazon Prime Cinderella film. And he was dressed as a fucking bunny or something. Just annoying motorists going about their daily business. It was horrendous. Imagine being stopped by James Corden on like the A47 or whatever it is, whatever local road we're
Do you know
nearby.
one of the
Get a
horrible,
stick and batter him.
do you know one of the
Run him
horrible
over.
things?
Well,
That
no, I would not run him over. That's too nice. Bludgeon. So there's the blood spilling across the floor.
Okay.
Brain matter.
I think one of the things. So I said like Katie Hopkins. Katie Hopkins is, I guess, they're in the same bowl of level of hatred. But I think where I differentiate my hatred, and I'm going to lump Ed Sheeran in this same pot with
yes.
Corden.
He's a cunt.
But the thing is that these guys are. So I like the way you just pointed at your child as you said that, Chris. That these guys are just like, let's go with the America thing. They're amazingly famous in America, and I reckon Americans will come over in a holiday and go, "Oh, I hope you all like that James Corden and Ed Sheeran." No, we're fucking not, because they're contemptible, talentless, personalityless pricks that should be eradicated.
Ed Sheeran gets extra fucking kicking for his bullshit with that fucking sausage roll munching twats and their shit fucking songs.
Why did I glad
I
baby?
forgot about that.
And
Yeah,
they can fuck off. Because especially when they came out and said that people like me, who went and bought the cunt song Boris Johnson is still a fucking cunt, are dirty, downright disgusting, and don't deserve to be in this country, because we want a song that has some swearing in it, because how dare we? Yeah, they're all in that bowl.
You're telling me, was it Sheeran who put that objection in, or was it Lad Baby or whatever?
It was Lad Baby that.
Oh, it's a shame, because I needed one more reason to hate Sheeran, and if I could have linked into
Sheeran
Boris, I'd
But Sheeran was there with them, and yeah, so he is in there. He's in the mix, and they're all fucking Tory scum.
Oh, mate.
Yeah.
James Corden, awful.
Now that we're talking about it, I kind of wish I
Sheeran is awful as well, yeah.
picked better picks, but never
I don't know.
mind.
That's
No, James
a great one,
Corden's
though, Jim.
perfect.
Look how much vitriol we just got out of Corden. we hated him so much. It reminded us how much we hate. I think we're going to roll back round to the human race again, aren't we? The way we started this thing.
Corden's
Yeah.
awful.
I
He's
think he's in
horrible.
there.
He's a horrible person. I watched a thing on YouTube. Stuart Lee, the comedian, who's obviously he's quite known for being, quite smart. He's doing a little bit about Corden. He says, I heard recently that James Corden really likes me. You can Google it. He goes on shows. They say, who do you like? He says, oh, Stuart Lee. He goes, imagine James Corden watching me. It's like imagining a dog listening to classical music. He just completely slaughters him. Oh, I'm out of breath. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Had to carry a boy upstairs.
Just the one, or was it 6 or 7 of them in your hands at once, or all 100 of them?
A hod carrier.
Yeah, just a few. Just a few.
Right, Jimmy. What do you have enough sufficient breath to give us your gold standard cunt of the year?
Yes, I'm sure I do. Number 1 cunt of the year for me is Amber Heard.
Ooh,
Could be controversial for people who believe liars, but for me, she's awful. Like, no doubt, her and Johnny Depp had a tumultuous relationship, and there was a lot of trouble in there. But watching her on the stand lie and clearly lie, like you can tell she's lying. And Stu, I put a YouTube clip in the link because I'd love for you to show it of her in court talking about her, issues that she had.
Yep.
But while she's in court, if we can play it, she's eating. Now, I don't know anyone who would go into court talking about...
You should come into work with some of the people we do, Jimmy. Some of them won't stop eating no matter what.
That's fine. I understand that some people won't stop eating.
Oh, look! Oh, look at that. Mwah.
But, and this is not me being sexist, and anyone who thinks that she was abused by Johnny Depp should really look into this properly and watch the videos. And just because the Sun won their case against Depp, because they called him a wife beater, it's fucking horrible. Like, watch, just play it, Stu, and just watch.
6:18 p.m. and we're back on.
And just a clarification, we're not going to invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege, so you can re-ask that question if you like.
Which question?
Did you commit domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Anytime
Cut me with my
prior
Christmas
to
peanuts.
May 22nd, 2016, did you ever commit an act of domestic violence against Johnny Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant, but go ahead.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No.
No?
Yes, I understand what you're asking.
Okay.
She
And
nodded.
prior to May 21,
No.
2016, or May 22, 2016, is it your testimony that you never committed any act of what would be considered domestic violence against Mr. Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion and irrelevant to these proceedings.
I did my best to defend myself and not get seriously hurt or be a doormat to whom this happens to all the time.
The eating.
Isn't it true, Ms. Heard, that you previously confessed and apologized to Johnny Depp for committing domestic violence against him?
Get through a little bit, Stu. Just
There you go.
Oh, I saw that.
Chewing,
That's okay.
Oh,
smiling.
yep, there you go. Oh, we've got
Exhibit Q.
some good stuff here.
Are these from the same day?
We're still talking about food.
He's fresh.
These peanuts. Amazing. There you go. Yeah, clearly it looks like a performance to me on superficial.
It's just bizarre. Like, apparently in America, sometimes lawyers tell their clients to eat because it will give them time to think of an answer whilst they're chewing. It's rude. I can't admit I'm guilty whilst I chew this peanut. But just everything that, like, as I say, clearly it was a big relationship with big issues, but so much stuff about her beating up her own sister, cutting off Johnny Depp's finger, like, but just her in those, and going on big sort of marches with women where she's talking about domestic violence and we shouldn't be, this thing shouldn't happen. And she's awful. She clearly did domestic violence against him. And maybe there was some back. I'm not saying there wasn't, but, and then just sitting in court and eating. I do not understand that. I hated it. And she just got worse and worse as things went on. And I just couldn't handle it.
The biggest disappointment for me is seeing it. Like, I think that's the worst part of it for me. Regardless, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see who did what to what. And I think when it comes to things like domestic violence and people, I would be very careful about throwing necessarily stones at either one of them. But I think oh God, I'm leaning back into the human race again, people. I hate the fact that we see that. Why is this news and why am I seeing it? Why this horrific thing that's potentially happened, regardless of what the truth is? Clearly, there was something bad between them. And that was on the news every day, and people were taking sides, and everyone had an opinion on it. And you just think, fuck off with your opinions, everyone. Like, this is nothing to do with you guys. This is nothing to do with anyone. And I think that's the thing I hated the most about it. Of going, like, I shouldn't have to see this, and we shouldn't live in this horrible culture where we're so obsessed with fame that we want to even see them at their absolute lowest and worst, tear strips off each other, because we so salaciously want to hear about who did what to who. But yeah, I mean, again, I'd pull up short of calling. I can't, because I just don't know. Honestly,
I'm with you there, Sid. I understand that, and yeah, what you're 100% right. Like, why should we see that? Why is that televised? Why can we see that stuff? So I'm with you there. And it's horrible that any of this happens or why any of it gets televised. And I think for me, it's I've been a fan of Depp's, and just there was just so much stuff that come out from this woman who was supposed to be a big advocate for women. I think that's what got to me.
Yeah.
And it was clearly all bullshit. And she kept working and she kept making money, and Johnny Depp got fired from stuff and got painted as the villain. I think that's why it got to me.
Funny enough,
a lot.
Jimmy,
you know.
if you'd have picked Johnny Depp as cunt of the year, I'd have backed you on that, because he hasn't made a good movie since Pirates of the Caribbean, and he deserves to be in cunt of the year just for that. Because, I mean, that's why he should have lost his jobs, because he's a talentless fucking hack who hasn't done anything different for over a decade.
That's fair enough. If he would have lost his jobs for that, I would have gone with you.
Yeah.
And also, I'm happy that Mads Mikkelsen is now playing Grindelwald in Fantastic Beasts film.
That's worked out beautifully for the audience, isn't it? Yeah.
So actually, I thank Amber Heard for that? But that was the biggest thing for me. It was watching her in court eating food. I found it the most obnoxious thing I've ever seen.
Although weirdly, again, like when you said it, Stu, like adding in the context of that was like you when we were filming our Christmas show, that made it a somewhat cuter for me, because it gave me a lovely memory of Stu filming the Christmas show.
Anyone who can eat happily whilst they're talking about being hit didn't get hit. I just can't.
Stu, get a pack of peanuts. We'll test this next week.
Amanda batters me.
We'll come around and beat the shit out of you.
She hits me where you can't see it.
Yeah, maybe it's a controversial one, but I'd had enough of her this year.
Is it, Lacey, yours? Is it fair to lump yours in with Seddon's and my own, or is yours more specifically the collective?
Mine is the collective, because they're all.
You go to collective, then, and me and Stu can take the individuals out.
Fucking lying, sleazy, out for their mates, scum, absolute bunch of cunts that run this country. The fucking Tory party, fucking jobs for their friends. Oh, one of them's been caught out for doing something they shouldn't. Quick, let's change the fucking rules so they don't fire them. Fucking getting your mates to pay for the fucking renovation work. The world's on fire and there's a massive pandemic. Probably should do something. No, it's fine. We'll just get more jabs. Tell people, just carry on. Yes, you're sick and ill, but fuck it, you're fine. The fucking lot of them. Every fucking one of them is a lying, scummy fucking cunt. And I want to personally bash the skulls and drink from them of every fucking one of them.
Look at that little boy just in the
In my
background. Just
dystopian future where I murder every
The thing
fucking
is,
one.
he's got a Young Conservatives t-shirt on.
But Lacey, I'd put that out to pretty much all politicians.
They're all cunts, but the
Yes.
Tories are
I think they're a special level of
an
cunt,
extra
aren't they?
level of cunt.
Yeah.
When
Okay.
they're there in their fucking, oh, we need to have a pay rise. Our 85 grand a year job isn't paying me quite enough. Oh, look, the poor people want an extra £20 a week. Fuck them. I need to have £100,000 a year and my bills paid and my second home paid for and a meal allowance of £100 a day. Gammon fucking Tory.
This is amazing.
I think
Performance art.
not to jump in, but I think the fact that we said like is that I think probably Stu, like we should probably jump in here and go like both of us went for Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson.
And I think like all of the and don't get me wrong, I admire the bile and vitriol coming out of you right now, Chris, but I have all of that for all of them, don't get me wrong, but he is an extra level up for me because he is in charge of that. And actually, I think he sets the tone for it. And don't get me wrong, I think there would be a lot of slime balls even if you had someone very honest in there. But I think he actually almost legitimizes it. And I think the thing that makes him cunt of the year for me and why he has a special place in hell when he finally gets there for me is that he with his mouth legitimizes all of this. He says, no, it's fine. There's not a problem.
Or makes a
And
joke
yes,
of it.
Yeah. And you go, yeah, there fucking is, mate. There really is. Like, it's really hard, as you said, Jim, it's really hard to trust any politician, isn't it? Because they're not very likable in general and there's a lot of bad reputation. But when the fucker who's in charge of the lot of it is this corrupt, it makes me embarrassed. It makes me embarrassed to be a member of a country. We caned Trump last time out, didn't we? He took a big battering last time out. I will say, for me, Boris Johnson, and this has only become apparent to me over the last year, is actually worse than Trump.
Yeah.
And if I had a choice in the next election to vote for Donald Trump to be UK Prime Minister or Boris Johnson, I would vote Trump. That is how bad
I'd
Boris.
vote Trump.
I'd go with you. I'd
Someone
like
clip that out. I want someone clipping me out saying vote Trump, but I would vote
The
Trump
thing
over
is-
Boris.
The thing is, with Trump, at least what he says, he actually means. He means the stupid shit that comes out of his mouth. Boris does the blithering fucking idiot shit of Johnson jabs, get jabs done. Yes. No, I didn't buy a house. No, the house wasn't decorated, or was it? Jabs, yes, jabs.
As a baby.
Look over there, babies. I don't know. Jabs. Nothing wrong here. NHS, protect, work home. Something Latin. He does that blithering bullshit as a show. He's not fucking stupid.
It's
That's
hard.
the thing. It's all a fucking act to make the gammon twats that fucking vote Tory go, oh, look at Boris. Isn't he a fucking character? Oh, he's great. He's fine.
It's
But
quite
no, he knows
hard,
exactly what he's fucking doing.
though, because I don't really want to pillory them, any of them, for how they've done things within COVID, because I do think that's a really hard one to do, because I don't think necessarily anyone would have done a better job, and I think it's really difficult. However, bearing in mind the world that we are in, to do the, oh, my mate has fucked up and got caught out, I'll just change the rules. During this, you're just going, don't be a prick. Like, your mate, you could have bunged him a load of money and said, look, just take the hit and go. because we need you to take the hit and go. But no, the sheer arrogance of going, these fuckers, they'll just live with it. The British public are so dumb, they will just accept the fact that this is fine because we said so.
It wasn't a party, it was a business meeting.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm with you.
Would you may guess where I'm going with this? Is the problem not then with the great British
I'm
public?
back in, Stu. I'm back in, Stu. You sign me up again. Fuck it, yet again for the second year running, the human race. Oh.
Human race or the British public?
I mean, I as much as
Well,
I
how-
said I'd
How
I'd
specific were we last year? I can't remember.
I know I
Was it
said
a
I'd
human
have
race?
Trump over Boris Johnson, but I still think there's a lot of Americans who need to have a good cold hard look at themselves as well for voting him in.
I'm with you though, because like obviously Boris was my number 2, and he probably would have been my first. But I saw that some other people had done Boris. I'm like, and I went, Amber Heard has fucking killed me this year, so I'll stick her up there. But with Boris, like the start of the pandemic, yes, there were some things that I don't think were done as quick as they should have been, but I was sort of with him for a bit. I think he did a good job. I think, as you say, Seddon, who knows where it could have gone. And it's very easy for Labour or whatever to go, that's wrong how they're doing it, because if it went wrong, they could go, I told you so. And if it goes right, people will forget that they said that. So, yeah, I was sort of with him at first. For the first lockdown, I was sort of with him. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with a fucking lockdown. Do it. It seems like this is a bad thing. But as time has gone on, I'm with you guys. He's got worse and worse and worse. And all of these, Christmas party stuff and the meetings and how we won't talk about it, and him in Parliament sort of going, just poo-pooing it. And you're right. People should have been fired left, right, and centre. If he was a real leader, he shouldn't have been at those things, and anyone caught out should have just gone, get rid. Fucking, this is not the time to hold on to your fucking friends, is it?
I think the most telling piece of evidence for why, and again, I do like going back to the human race, but I think there's an amazingly compelling bit of evidence that says Boris Johnson is the cunt of the year. Is in any other year, we've talked about your Katie Hopkins, in any other year, Dominic Cummings would be in with a shout for this. But he was actually a hero this year when he turned on Boris. Like,
he was, wasn't he?
Even one of the most contemptible human beings said, "Nah, Boris, I'm going for you." And I think what made it even worse is that no one believed him because he's fucking horrible. But yeah, when Dominic Cummings is calling you out, you really are. As I say, there's a special level of hell reserved just for Boris, isn't there? Now, don't get me wrong. If he'd have stayed as a TV presenter doing like, "Have I got news for you?" Fine. Like, he probably would have annoyed me, but that's it. But again, I think for context, we have to keep reminding ourselves he's in charge of this country. That is just ridiculous. But yeah, oh God, like, come to the
I agree. I liked him as mayor. I thought it was fun. The funny mayor, the mayor of London. It's funny, funny, silly Englishman.
And I'm with you. It was funny because I didn't live in London, so it's like, fuck you, London. But yeah.
But no,
Jimmy, I nearly didn't put him as number 1 because I thought someone's going to, and I thought, no, like, I'll do one of the other ones. But when I tried to write it down without putting him as number 1, my keyboard caught on fire and I started to melt, and I went, no, okay, Boris is number 1.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Stu, did you put Boris?
I did, yes, for much the same reason.
And he was my number 2, but only number 2 because you guys had him as number 1. I thought I could punch Amber in the face. So
I guess
gotta be Boris.
If you were doing anything like to support Chris's Tories one, though, this is kind of like this is like Hydra, isn't it? You cut the head off, i.e. Boris. Like 2 more of these fucking pricks will appear, wouldn't they? You'll get Michael Gove.
Rees-Mogg.
Yeah, Rees-Mogg and Gove will appear.
Oh, I like Rees-Mogg. Don't bring him into it. I like Rees-Mogg. He's funny.
Well, you and Chris can have a singular episode where you talk about that, because I just saw the look in his eyes, and I think if you two were together in the room right now, you might kiss and cuddle.
He's a funny guy. But I go back to, I think most politicians are corrupt. Who is it that said anyone who wants to be a politician shouldn't be allowed to be a politician?
Boris Johnson.
No, not at all. Someone much, much fucking smarter. But yeah, there's got to be one or two decent ones out there.
Kermit
But
T. Frog. He's much
I've got to
smarter
go
than Boris.
I've got to go with Boris as well. I'm going to change. I'm with Boris.
I guess it's nice.
Again, I'm against Boris.
I guess
Boris.
it's nice to give the human race a year off, but oh my god, like you're back in the firing line next year because you cut it thin this year, human race. It's only because this prick was even worse than he's been before that you got away with it, human race.
This one man was worse than the collective evil of the human race. There we go. The Stiffy Awards are in the bags.
I'm just shocked that a Fox
I've had great fun
into Jimmy's top 3. I thought it was going to be Fox, then everything after that.
It wouldn't be a Renaissance Men show without some bird news, and I'm gonna do it quick. So here we go.
Forgive me. It was Billy Connolly. He said anyone who desires to be a politician shouldn't be allowed to be a politician.
And this is a likely story. Pensioner mistakenly grows 5-foot cannabis plant from spilled bird seed. Yeah, whatever, love. A pensioner's told of her experience unwittingly growing cannabis in a front garden during lockdown. The plant grew to over 5 feet tall and is thought to have sprouted from bird seed.
I just saw where she's from, Stu. Yes, yes.
Felix Day
I
woman,
believe
81.
it.
First noticed the unusual-looking plant in early April. She said it was down the side of the driveway in this little strip of soil between the concrete and the fence. Yeah.
And when I smoked
it,
It was brilliant.
she said,
I thought it looked a bit funny, but I like growing unusual plants, so I made a point to give it an extra splash with the watering can when I went out each day. I was intrigued to see what it grew into. I'm also intrigued by this picture. What your dog is really saying when they do this. I've got an itchy arse, all right, and it's probably what he's saying.
Yeah.
I thought it was they had
Got worms. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to know what happened to the plant. What did she do with it?
Sold it. Cultivated it. She's got some ultraviolet lights up in her.
My granddaughter picked a leaf and sniffed it and said it made her feel all seasick. Seasick? Silly girl, I told her not to. We looked it up on the internet and it turned out other people have had the same thing happen to them. Oh, there we go. She grew.
What?
Now she's got a whole farm in her loft.
Why would you, if you were that worried about it, you'd just rip it up? Wouldn't you? It's only a plant. It's not like an animal in your garden that you can't get rid of. It's a plant. You go, it could be cannabis. If you don't care, you go rip it up. It's got no flowers on it.
They put it in the garden shredder. Look at that. What a waste.
Ooh,
there we go.
A waste of lovely biff.
Sorry, you've got the old. If you just scroll up a little bit, you've got like a comment there by Suffolk Police, and it says the circumstances of each case reported will be considered. If indeed a genuine accident, we would not prosecute. She's a fucking 80-year-old grandmother.
Take her down.
One single plant in her garden. Yeah.
Send her down.
Yeah.
Send her down.
Make that canary sing. Bird news.
Bird news.
Good shit. That's great bird news.
There we go. You're welcome. Right, there we go. Renaissance Men. Well, it wasn't an episode, was it? Episode number. It was the Stiff 2021 Stiffy Awards is in the book. Lacey, Seddon, and Jimmy, thank you for joining us. For joining me, I should say. Thanks to the audience if you've stuck by us. It's been a long one, but it's been a good one. I think this is the record. Oh, I want to tick over to 4 hours. Come on.
Yeah, we're hitting 4 hours.
Come on.
And you've got that lovely gold cock above Lacey's. Oh, well, Stu, you've got to do your outro and find the music as well.
Oh,
So
it's all keyed up, mate. It's all keyed up. No, seriously, when I stop the stream, it plays the outro.
I was going to say, before we do go out, like we said on there, like cracking year. Like there's been some great stuff out there, some great TV, some great movies, and like we're coming back next week, and most weeks as like there'll be the odd occasion, but we'll come back and we'll carry on talking about this stuff. So hopefully, thanks for coming along so far and sticking with us because we ain't going anywhere.
Subscribers of the year.
Yeah. That could be an award.
The cult
next
of egg.
Yeah.
The cult of egg get a stiffy.
And to be fair, if you don't, you'll be cunt of the year. So yeah, swings about.
It's a very fine line.
Yeah.
Between the two. Right. Yeah. Thank you, one and all, for joining me. Thanks for joining us in the chat as always. Until next week. please take care and goodbye. I think we're done.
Yeah.
Yes. It worked. It worked. Great.